Hello, I am doing a reaction finally to this. It's see, I've just had a smoke, so I might be a little bit disjointed at the beginning, but I should get out what I need to get out, I suppose, before I start. Oh, I was going to watch a little bit of a Sam Vaknin as well. There it is, yeah, which I thought would be a good primer before I watch it. I did see half of this and then thought, oh, I'll watch the rest of this on a stream, and I might make a few comments, I might not, I might just play it through just so it's a way to give people an idea of where I'm looking at it from. Not necessarily exactly the same as this, but I will be taking on and considering this when I'm looking at this cornucopia that they put forward recently, and it's the most recent one, and I've meant to do it so many times. You know, there's gunners and there's doers in life, and I've been a gunner for ages with this because I just thought that was the pinnacle each time, and then each time they go further. I just also want to reiterate and let people just remember that none of these people had anything to do with the thing that was being reacted to or the conversation or anything. And not just that, but had pushed away everyone involved and told me specifically that I'm the psycho, you know, and that I wasn't to be nothing to do with them and all that. So with that, they're then making all this and feeding this Fanny, and just it's just so interesting how they want to funnel everything to this one guy, this one Fanny, who has obviously mined them dry up to now, to the point where they're looking in the window of Dean to get stuff. They're not making their own stuff anymore. Well, they are, but they're making their own lies. But they're having to look to any drama, and it's, you know, it's just that happened to be that I was talking to those guys from over at Buttocks's. I don't know, and so they feel that they're entitled to just insert themselves into everything and make it all about them. And then you see like Ricardo doing that, and I find that interesting because it's just, there's a part of it which is him copying the Slotham model, I think, and then there's a part of it that's like this like vendetta, this flapping fanniness, because you see it in just the vitriol and just harping on over this one person. So in the past, in this community, when it came to random drama and stuff like that, it was like there would be commenters on it who weren't involved, obviously, but the person they would be commenting to would be the person who was bringing the drama because they had some part to play in it. And this is just so cheap in that sense. And then it's just the fact that that's not even being noticed anymore because standards have been dropped, in my opinion. And this is just me spouting off in general without having looked at any of it. So I thought I'd start with some Sam Vaknin because it's an interesting one, and I think it's all about communication, like I was saying. And obviously they have chosen to take their interpretation, I would imagine, of a conversation that I had with Lima, I think it is, about a conversation that I had with a load of people that they don't even talk to. And it just so happens that just happened to be the stream I was doing that day. And they've put all their stuff on it, which will be really interesting to unpick a bit, you know. And it's just how they are trying to control and stamp on any sort of free movement or free discussion, plus showing how they can't, apparently, if it's just a performance or whatever, but for whatever reason they're putting that on, and there's a reason behind that then, isn't there? So that's also interesting, but they can't understand a free sort of movement and free conversation. I mean, I get people putting stuff on and going, oh, you know, factions and this, that, and the other, and whatever they can use. But there really is like a, excuse me, a harping on of this to the level of, like, especially with Ron and the use of his like taglines and stuff like that on repeat. And you realise that it's actually comes into a story. They're really pushing a story, and this is what I find interesting, is where you get these crazy ass invested evangelistic weirdos, and they are so invested in this, and you wonder what they're selling. You wonder why they're putting so much time and effort into it, and what is it that he's selling? Because the only thing I'm supposed like selling is trying to offer another viewpoint, being as that I'm in this viewpoint where I am, and I've got a few notes about how I got to this as well, which I might go into later. But I feel that, well, I like clashing colours and I like things that pop each other off in that sense. So I want, since I see it, and since I am looking at it from a different perspective and a different set of needs, I think, than they are, obviously, then I just think it's interesting to do since it's here to do. And that's all I'm selling, is just like that other viewpoint to sort of contrast it with. But these guys are really invested. You can hear it, you can smell it, you can feel the seething, you can feel the energy behind it. I mean, Nyan Nelda Jude is a perfect example of that, where it's just pure, just crazy obsession, you know what I mean? And it's just like an entire chat, and then going, oh, she's always making it about her, and like, I don't know if they've got any awareness. Are they really, is that just the full trolling? Is that what it is? Because it soon becomes like I thought it was, but then it soon becomes like a story and the narrative, and you're like, I've got my theories as to how that happens as well. And I saw a bit, like bits and bobs of this. I saw the very end and a little bit, and in that little bit that I did see, I saw a really good example of how Ricardo pushes it and does his pop-up pirate on one level after his system is like fully in place. It's quite an advanced part of the pop-up pirate process, but I did see a bit that had that in, which was quite interesting. So without further ado, I shall share my screen. And it's pretty good starting streaming at this time, because I'm going to bore everybody with what they don't want to see, the truth. And hopefully it will be heard if I do it. Yeah, it's on the screen. Okay, so if I play it, I'm going to play like maybe the first bit. I don't know, maybe I'll play the whole thing. I don't know, but it's like half an hour long. But I'm not in any rush today. For once, it's like literally the first time. Even those other days off I've had, I've been coming down from things, or I had jobs on, or I had things to do and trying to fit things in. But today I've got kind of like a new day off I didn't expect to have. I just did not expect to have this day off. So I thought this would be a good use of it, since it's pretty grim outside as well. So I'll start with this, and hopefully you can hear it.
Sunday morning, and you're talking to a narcissist. Now, why would you do that? Probably because you really, really, really hate yourself. Or maybe you have no choice.
Amen to that. Maybe it is because I hate myself. Or I don't know.
Your pastor. You have to be polite. The neighbor. Your coach. The vortex of communicating with a narcissist. As you talk to him or to her, you notice that he drifts away. I'm going to use the male pronoun, gender pronoun, although half of all narcissists are women. You notice that he drifts away. His gaze is inverted into an inner space to which you have no access.
Ski hire, classes, hotel. How are we going to settle up?
Just use Monzo.
Just.
And it is within this inner space that your speech acts are absorbed, transformed, transmuted, and acquire a whole new meaning. That's all.
Yes,
What
let's take that one on going forward into looking at that stuff.
When you talk to him, even when he pretends, when he feigns listening, even when he pretends that he is enraptured by what you have to say, it is not really all there. He's no longer with us. And a very peculiar set of
I will say that I have seen that. I think that's happened to me before, though. I think I've done that before on panels and stuff, and just disengaged. But I've seen Ricardo do this all the time, and I've also seen Evil do this all the time. I've also seen Dean do this, and did not Buttocks do this the other night when he ran away with the face on? Only joking, Buttocks. I understand, and I feel sorry. I'm sorry. I feel sorry for that. But yeah, I have seen Evil do this many times, and unlike those guys, obviously that's just me putting that out there with no evidence or anything like that. I can bring the evidence if it's necessary for any of the things I'm going to say, or if not, you can hold me to task on it, because I'm trying to do this in a completely opposite way to how they're doing it, just because it's funny to me. And if I can do it as perfectly as possible, like to offset their shit, then that's how I like to see that. That's how I want to hone it, if I can.
Are triggered within his mind. The speech becomes unrecognizable.
Yeah.
To him and to yourself. Suddenly, abruptly, he responds. He erupts. He says something which is utterly irrelevant, disconnected, and disjointed. He's having.
Whoa! Isn't that the truth, eh? Isn't that the truth? So let's just remember that one as well. Where was that? 217. Yeah. Utterly.
He is having an inner dialogue with an internal object in his mind that represents you. Today we're going to focus on the way the narcissist processes your speech acts, the way he understands you. What is it that he hears when he attempts to listen?
Indeed, I'm glad you're answering this question, because good Lord, what he shows. Because my question is with the Ricardo stuff is, and I don't know if he knows, where it draws the line between what is like an out and out taking the piss, what is self-aware satire in a way, sort of being really self-aware and kind of doing the Darvo stuff, but joking about it really specifically by saying, like, I'm going to troll you by shouting out the exact thing that I'm doing. And I do think there must be an element of taking the piss in that way, although I just don't do that. So it's like, it just seems like a load of effort to see what someone else is doing, and then I'm like, is it intentional, or is a part of it intentional, or is it all subconscious? In which case, does he believe this shit, or is he so delusional that it's like he doesn't believe it and takes the piss, and then eventually does believe it? I don't know, because there's some of it you're just like, I mean, all of it's unbelievable and lies, most of it. So I don't want anyone to think that I think there's any seriousness with any of it, but there is, in the sense that he's got like this vested interest in getting me out. He's got this this real hatred of me, this real genuine hatred, and you just sort of like, I mean, he's trying to rewrite it now, I think, and backpedal a bit, because, or just trying to draw it back to him. He's trying to funnel it all back to him. It's all about that, isn't it? So he's trying to funnel it back to him now, by being this magnanimous thing, in which case he has to pretend that he believes it to push this story. But it is absolutely unbelievable, the story he's pushing. And I don't know, some of his actions and some of the things that he does, like, you know, the over the top ridiculous amounts of streams, and I don't know, the crying and it can't all just be for attention, can it? All of this, just for attention. But that's my point, is like, what does he hear? What does he really hear? I think it's just a load of like opportunities. He just sees it. It's like the Matrix. It just comes up and it's just like, target, fucking someone who's going to attack you. You've got resources, and then just opportunities, and whatever opportunities you can see. And then I suppose his web that he's already woven, and then working out how to put his feathers out into different parts of his web to bolster them, giving the opportunities. This is how I see Ricardo, how he does it. And obviously the main reason, and the reason I call him out for being a pussy and taking a safe target, is because he's not only gone for the lone woman, which isn't old. Again, it's the same with Dean as well. Old fucking shit, old hat, old fucking subject. I'd already gone through the burners. I'd already gone through the lone woman bullshit. And he's come back to go, oh no, let's do a proper cliche, really sad bastard version of the lone woman trope coming into the incel community, which we'd all managed to navigate and have, and still having it in our own way, and still taking the piss and having our trolling about it. But it wasn't reduced to the lowest common denominator. It wasn't reduced to like, this woman isn't allowed to talk. It wasn't reduced to like just going around and making lies and all that shit. It just wasn't reduced to that. It wasn't that cheap. It never got, and if it was in some places, then other places would have countered it. So it's just about that sort of where it. So he's gone and done all that, and again, it's just really old. But he's also gone for someone who's on a different time scale, on a different, you know, someone who's not as invested at all, clearly, someone who's got a life, someone who's got very tight time restrictions and is in a different time zone, is normally sleeping. So really, really safe, really old, and just really cheap. And it's just, that's all that's there now. I'm not moaning because it's against me at all. I'm just like, that is all there is. What the fuck's all that about?
Tortured and demented a defective mind. Within the deformity of these cognitive distortions, what comes out of all this mess? What comes out of all this mess is communicating with a narcissist. My name is Sam Vaknin. I'm the author of Malignant Self-Narcissism Revisited, the first book ever on narcissistic abuse, and a professor of clinical psychology. Now, you do recall, I hope, those of you who have been unfortunate enough to be exposed to my previous video, you do recall that the narcissist is unable to perceive the separateness and externality of other people, or what we call in object relations theories, external objects. When the narcissist comes across another person, and if this person matters to the narcissist in some way, it's a source of supply, a potential intimate partner, a participant in the shared fantasy, the narcissist then converts that person, creates an internal object, an introject, an image, an avatar,
Princess CPH,
of the external.
just one example of it, a very crude example of it.
Last longer at no extra cost. Big love to go.
In his mind, and continues to interact with this internal object. Here's the first insight. Because you are merely...
I wonder if that's anything to do with the fact he has these, like, he uses people's full names, and he does that whole like he'll repeat the name, so it becomes not that person's name anymore. It's like evil, evil, evil. Do you know what I mean? He's now got his pet name for evil, and that's how he's known now. And it's like he has control of that. I don't know. It's something maybe just really simple like that. He does a lot with language. He does. It's all very on the. It's just that carny attitude, like Red Bull said. It really is. It's just like find the lady, find the lady. It's just you watch the fucking corner, and I'll see how many fucking watches I can sell out of this fucking suitcase before I have to run off. It's all those strategies. It's like on that level of speed and that level of shallowness as well.
And exclusively an internal object. Because the process of othering in narcissism is disrupted, is hampered. The narcissist is unable to perceive you as a separate entity, as external to him. He perceives you as an extension of himself, a figment of his imagination, an element in his mind.
Evil, evil, evil.
To play with, to toy with, and to control within the vast space that is his disorder. So you're an internal object. Everything you say emanates from the inside of the narcissist's mind. Because you're an internal object, your speech is attributed to the internal object. The narcissist
takes some getting your head round, doesn't it?
As an external object, because he doesn't perceive you as separate and external. He attributes the sounds that you make, the words that you use, the grammar and the syntax, the message and the meaning, semiotics and semantics. He attributes all this linguistic package to the internal object that represents you in his mind, to your avatar, to your representation, to your snapshot. And so he misperceives your speech as coming from the inside of his mind, as emanating internally.
I'm trying to get my head around that. So everything I'm saying is coming from the inside of his mind. I'm too stoned. I'm too stoned. Just trying to get it out. Like, from my experience of how I would have that internalization or something of someone, which I've had in the past. I don't know. Like, how does that equate to what Ricardo's doing? Because it could easily be explained by him just on the make, but it doesn't fully explain the scorned FM-ness of it all. And they try to explain it by saying, oh, you always fight back or you always do something back. And it's like, well, no, I very rarely have. And if you actually look at what I've done compared to what they've done, like the amount and when I haven't and how they've pushed it and how they just push lies and lies when I'm asleep. I wasn't even here this weekend. And then they're pushing lies. Like I heard all sorts of stuff coming off Ron because I wasn't here. I've got to do housekeeping every now and again. I must, you know what I mean? Because that's what they're doing. Like, and again, it all makes sense if there was something I'd done to them, I was attacking them. Even when they started attacking me, if I turned on them, like I've heard, the evil's been saying all sorts of shit, and it's like I've never attacked it. And they were saying about fucking Tommy trying to turn it yesterday in Slotham's, like very quick as you like, as quick as anything, vested interest again, just waiting to turn it. That's not trolling. That's not someone like having a laugh. That's not just doing it to wind me up, because he was doing that, trying to do it under the carpet to get me to do a certain thing. That's not to make me annoyed. That's to get me to do something, to make something else play out for him. So he was then saying, oh yes, you're going to call evil, basically saying, insinuating, you're going to call evil repulsive, or you're calling evil repulsive £400 man, which I never did. Never did. And I took shit for it. In fact, you guys are the ones laughing at me for it, for being honest. Because that's the thing, is all I can do is be honest and true all the way through. So anything you chuck at me, anything Ron was chucking at me last night with his fucking theorising about my my personal life and that, which is hilarious in itself that you guys picked up on that. Very small fucking. If I was going to make up an imaginary boyfriend, do you not think I would have made a bit more of a song and dance about it than just mentioning it in passing? I shouldn't have done really, but the reason I did was because I saw that in that conversation, it was already, I was making effort. I was making an effort in that conversation. I think we all were, to make it work because we're all coming from a different angle. And there was a lot of aggrieved people that had a lot of axes to grind. And I was shouldering a few fucking people, other people's shit like yours, like all your lots, you fucking Herbie bastards who pissed a few people off. And I was just being open and honest and taking what people had to say. Which is obviously something that you are too scared to do, and that's why you hide behind the windows with your noses pressed up against it, looking at us and wondering what it is we're talking about because you can't understand it. Because as Sam Vaknin says, it's all coming from inside your head anyway, and this is the problem, you see, because you're just on the mirror of hell, just infinitely reflecting yourself back at each other, and so all you can do is look at anyone else, including me, and just see what. Judge by your own actions. So anything that you're saying, because it is blatantly, to me anyway, I know the truth. So it is blatantly untrue. And then all it is doing is showing what you have decided to cherry pick for whatever reason. And because a lot of it's subconscious, what that says about you. So it was just the way he was piling on that stuff, all the little things that you picked up on. That was just because I've not been here for a couple of days. And because this is what happens. So they're trying to say, oh, stay away and he won't do anything. But actually, if I stay away, then he just makes all his lies up to build his empire just based on the fact that once a woman used to come to this community and he decided to get involved in, he just decided to teach me a lesson for being a woman in this environment. And so obviously he's got his group of incels who are like, but the whole point of this place was, and that I thought that was amazing about the Herbies originally, was that there was a bit of a grey area in the middle that wasn't just about that very cliche incel shit. Because just that on its own, there are lots of other places that just do that. But with the Amico and all that stuff, and some other stuff as well, it just seemed like there was a bit of a mix, and it just made it interesting for a while, and it made it a bit of a mix, and you've just diluted it big time, and you just let that cheap. It was a knife edge, it was, and you just let that cheapness take over. And I've obviously outlined my reasons as to why I think that happened and people's personal drives behind it. So there's that. But that's what's happened from what I can see. And it just means that communication's really stunted. And when there is communication, I'm either being told that I'm not allowed to talk to people, or if I, and all this, and being judged for making communications with people. I'm being judged if I don't make communications with people, because you see, these guys are trying to direct everything and all communication. And you've got the whole gang of absolute idiots who are all just encouraging him because he just needed a little foothold. And what he got was some guys who, like, literally, it's just someone who used to have a relationship once on the internet a long time ago. And he managed to get in there and stir up the scorned little bastard who was involved and go back in time and then rewrite all this shit and do all this just to make this about him, because he always wanted his little in to get in. And now all he needed is a group of fucking idiots who were just as idiotic as him. And because he's terraforming and shutting everything else down, it's like everything has to just be him and his boring ass streams. And just turning this place into what everybody always thought it would be or was. And it's just, well, at least I'll at least be, documenting the differences and how it changes and how it went back, and that it did exist. It did actually exist. There was a place that was somewhere that everybody could access and nowhere that anybody wants to should access at the same time, and it was fucking brilliant. Now it's just a cliche, a massive cliche. I mean, the point of it before was it was a massive cliche, but it was a cliche through a kaleidoscope that you could stand at a distance, and you still can do that. But the things that you see, it's not really a kaleidoscope. It's more of just, like I say, this infinite hall of mirrors that just finitely goes into this one point in the corner, and it's just, that's kind of how I see it. But you know, I'm not moaning too much because there's loads of other stuff you could be doing or watching.
It's an internal voice. In other words, whatever you say, good morning, pass the sugar, let's discuss our marriage, whatever it is that you say, no exemption, no exception. Every single thing you say to the narcissist is emanating from an internal object, is broadcast by an internal object, is perceived therefore as an internal voice, or in other words, as an introject. Here's the problem. The narcissist has an internalized bad object, what used to be known as primitive superego. The narcissist inside himself has voices, other voices, not your voice, other voices. And these voices keep informing the narcissist that he's unworthy, he's inferior, he's bad, he's inadequate, he's a loser, he's a failure, etc., etc. This is the bad object, an internalized bad object. Pathological narcissism is a compensation for the internalized bad object. The narcissist tells himself, it's not true. I am worthy. I am good. Actually, I'm godlike. I'm a perfect entity. So
maybe this is what he's selling.
It's a reaction to these bad voices inside the narcissist's mind. And when you talk to the narcissist...
But when it comes to Ricardo and what he's doing, I suppose it's mixed in with YouTube shit, isn't it? So that's what it is, because the YouTube stuff gives him validation and probably mixes into something which makes his bad object, if there was one, if he is one. I'm not saying he is one, but if he was one, that the YouTube was telling him that he's not a bad object. So the more his YouTube gives him likes, or I don't know if it is that, whatever it is that he thinks he's getting from that will counter his thing, bad object, and that's what he's selling, is him being to himself, putting something, because I like to think that I'm putting something that's of use to myself, which would eventually be of use to the universe in the form of, if I improve myself in any way or even express myself, then I'll be better used to the universe. So if we all just want to be useful to the universe, and his is warped, then he wants to be validated for being useful. And if he's warped, then the YouTube and he spends a lot of time on YouTube, then the YouTube psychosis is confused, maybe in a way a bit like Jeffrey Hyatt, where it's like gets into your identity big time, and then maybe that's where the evangelicalness comes from, the flapping fanniness, the desperation, because it's like, what happens if it doesn't work? This play doesn't work. What happens if what would happen that would have been so bad if me and Evil would have made up? Even if we hadn't have been like mates again, like full mates or anything, but we'd have been all right and there'd have been peace. What would have been so bad about me and Ron having a truce? What was so bad about me existing in the first place? And it's not like you couldn't have had any fun or a bit of toing and froing without this level of it. So their excuses of it just being trolling and all that stuff, it just doesn't cut it. It doesn't cut it for his excuses. So maybe it's something along the lines of trying to use a situation to make himself feel better somehow.
Narcissist experiences your speech as if it were coming from inside his head, and therefore as if it were a part of the bed of him. The overwhelming vast majority of voices in the narcissist's head, in the narcissist's mind, are hostile, enemies.
You hear that in the way he talks about everybody and the way he looks at everybody. He's managed to make his affiliations now, but we saw him throw the Herbies under the bus. I saw him, he might not have seen us as, I think he saw everyone as enemies, but at the same time as resources. So because everyone's enemies, there was no fucking holds barred and there was no respect needed. So it was just like a free-for-all, and he was just out to just eat whatever he could. Which was ridiculous because we were actually extending the hand of friendship to him. I was extending the genuine hand of friendship to him like a fucking idiot. I am an idiot. I really am. And I think, yeah, that might be something I'm going to have to deal with going forward. I think with this, one of the things that's hung over with me is I'm probably going to be a little bit less trusting. But, I mean, I won't say I was always realistic, because I think that whole bit at the beginning with just me and evil was fantastical. So I wasn't, and I knew it was a bit, even just a bit. But it was like, what was the worst that can happen, sort of thing. Oh my God. But I think, I've lost my train of thought anyway. Just thinking about that time. Was that about realism, being realistic about things? I don't know. I'll come back to me.
And because he perceives your speech as an internal voice, he begins to see you as an enemy.
Hey, real quick, how would you find the answer in all this data?
Now you're beginning to see why is it so easy for the narcissist to convert you into a persecutor.
Well, I think that was a key point, and it just got interrupted by whatever that was.
And because he perceives your speech as an internal voice, he begins to see you as an enemy. Now you're beginning to see why is it so easy for the narcissist to convert you into a persecutor.
How he slots it into the script, isn't it? How he slots it into the script, because it is. It's like he has got it on a constant run. It's on a constant thing, and he's just convert, yes. And he just has to convert. It's like his fucking emulator. All he has to do is just convert whatever he comes across into a palatable form for his script, and he can just fit it in. And he's used evil, broken in the Herbies, to break this down like an enzyme to little bits so that he can rebuild it and make it into something palatable for him. And it's like, and that's what I mean about it being this incel really cheap, because it's like a very childish thing, because I suppose he's not had time to rebuild it. He didn't really put that much, he didn't plan it. I don't think it just came upon him. But then again, like I say, it's not like he doesn't need the planning, but that's how he can be so quick, because it's always going. And I bet he's been going and running on this and building on this, well, since he was a kid. And it's been the same fucking thing. And it's like that scavenging, like you were saying about the primal thing earlier, it's like that little part of the lizard brain, isn't it? Where it's just like fearing the dark, wanting the dark, fearing the light, running for food, fighting for attention, like just that. I'm going to get skinning up stuff. But that's possibly how he ends up being so quick. And so same with Tommy as well, but on a different scale. Tommy isn't the same level of, he isn't a fan A. Tommy's something else. Tommy keeps giving as well. Tommy is dynamic. So's Ricardo. They are all dynamic in different, well, maybe not so much Evil. No, I don't think Evil is actually that dynamic actually out of them all. That's why I like him best, I think. He's just like, I like to think that Evil's like Unlucky Elf that I watched with Red Bull that time, but I know he's not. But I'd like to think he was. But my idealized version, I think, is it's not his fault. He's just Unlucky Elf, which I know is just a piece of shit. So it's not the case. But out of them all, he just doesn't have it in him. I think if it meant he had to run around, I mean, he does it when he's pushed, and he does it when they make it easy for him. Obviously, they set it all up for him because they need him, because he's the only one who ever had any beef with me, supposedly, which is a complete lie anyway. After the multiple times we actually made up, because we were actually friends outside of it. And this was a point I was going to make as well, is that, I think it's a testament that I actually managed to last as long as I did before they did this on me. Because in this environment, like I said, it was different. And I managed to actually get to a point where I could at least put my stuff into the universe and people could see me as I had a bit of something that wasn't just the fact I was a woman, or I wasn't just a whore, or I wasn't just someone to be pushed out of the men's only locker room chat. That didn't happen until when was it? April. So whenever that was. A few months ago. 6 months ago? So that didn't happen until 6 months ago in this environment. I think I did pretty well. I mean, I got loads of shit from last year in season 1, but that was still part of the journey. This is part of the journey, but that was just general. There was a little bit of obsession. There was a little bit of desperado-ness. It was mixed in with the evil stuff. I think that's where some of the desperado-ness came from, and I think I projected some of that onto the Fraggles, but I think also they were, Dean especially was surprisingly obsessed, but nothing, absolutely nothing compared to this. Like, you can't even put a torch to it. You can't put a torch. You can't just basically on the basis of you can count up, even you can't with Albert, because I think that's another point, Albert, if you're listening or if you do hear it, get in touch, because I hear you made your videos. I can't even find your channels anymore. I really can't, and I don't know what's been going on. So please let me know, or someone let me know what his new channel is, if he's got a new channel. But yeah, even with those guys, you can count, if we did have a way of counting up all Albert's videos and the streams of Dean and all the rest of them, even the obsessed ones, I bet you will not get as many mentions about me. I bet you won't get as many hours of obsession as these guys have fucking exhibited, because they've just had to push it. And he's got nothing else. Whereas Dean, at least, he was obsessing over me, but that was because he was obsessed with Evil and Tommy and all the rest of it as well. It's just, with Ricardo, it's just safe objects. It's just safe options. So we'll just go around the same ones over and over again. And I think there was an element of that with Dean. Well, I know there was an element of that with Dean, but Ricardo just takes the cake with it. And he just shows himself, because, again, he's just been running this same thing forever and just interchanging it. And he's really good at interchanging it and putting a new skin on it and everything, but it's the same shit. And that makes perfect sense, because when he's playing his games, he's playing the same game over and over and over again. And even when he plays a variation of that game, it's still pretty much the same kind of game most of the time. So that is interesting, isn't it? For me, anyway, because he'll move. When you look at the way he plays games, it's like he migrates slowly across to a slightly different type of a very similar type of game, and then he'll play those games for a bit. And I think we all do that in a sense, because you want to get your eye into a certain game. So there is that. But yeah, I think it's been pointed out how much he plays the same game all the fucking time. So that's interesting.
An enemy in his mind during the devaluation phase. The minute you talk to the narcissist, you trigger in him an internal voice which is indistinguishable from the other self-loathing, self-rejecting, self-hating, sadistic internal voices. It's as if you formed a coalition with these voices aimed at the narcissist, against the narcissist. Your speech is filtered.
I wonder if that's when I said about Slotham that time.
Does not make himself available to your words, to your utterances, and to the meanings behind them. He filters everything. He filters everything because of his grandiosity. The grandiosity is a cognitive distortion. It's a misperception of reality. It's a form of impaired reality testing. The narcissist tells himself, I'm perfect, I'm brilliant, I'm gorgeous, I'm amazingly intelligent, I'm godlike, I'm omnipotent, I'm omniscient, all-powerful, all-knowing, etc. It's a narrative. It's a narrative. It's a story that the narcissist keeps telling himself thousands of times
Yes,
a day.
I think this is partly where I come up against them and create conflict, especially with Tommy, because some of the things he says sometimes, and it's not, I mean, his main aim is just to like aggravate a situation. Do you know what I mean? Which is like, that's absolutely fine. That part of it, absolutely fine. The rest of it, slightly bitchy fucking cheerleader bullshit, psycho shit, that's fucking weird as fuck, but that's another story. But that side of things, the sort of wanting to like aggravate a situation, I can understand. But there are times within it where he just doesn't get, because of the way he'll turn something and think he's got a gotcha on me, and it'll play out, and people take his lowest common denominator version of it over the reality of what happened any day, obviously. But he just can't understand why I've just said something. I'll just say the truth. I'll just say the truth, and it's fine. I don't have to, like, if I've done something wrong, then I'll admit that I've done something wrong, and then they'll be like, you did something, oh my God. Like they were saying, oh, you apologised to Angela. And I think that was when, there was a time where I apologised to Angela for something in that conversation. I can't remember what it was. But it was something like she was offended by something that I'd said or something like that. And it was like, yeah, there's no reason why I won't apologise to somebody if they're offended. I mean, I knew there was all sorts of defensive shit and all sorts of stuff going on in that conversation. But I am just trying to be as honest as possible in this environment, which is the challenge. Like, if I wanted to, it's like you either have the sat nav on or you don't. You can't just half and half it, or you can, but you're just going to go round and round in circles. And I think I do that sometimes, quite a lot actually. And that's when I feel like I haven't had a satisfactory outcome from my perusings. Then I feel like I've been sucked into something else. But you either are or you're not. And I think I've chosen, like in war games, the only way you move is not to play. And I am playing, but I'm playing my own game. And so they just cannot see that I don't have to be perfect. I don't have to be better than anybody or have to prove myself to anybody or anything. I don't have to be attached to anybody. It's just not something that once I stepped out of that, once I left their cult, I was just another idiot on YouTube who was just observing a load of ninnies, and that has nothing attached to it. I also went on holiday and managed to get myself out of that call and response thing that was going on and just had a bit more time for myself, and so I'm just in a completely different place to them, and they just cannot see it. They have to see it judge it by their own standards, but all it means is that it just holds it all back a bit, and you could milk that. You can milk that, and you do milk that, and you drag everything little thing out as much as you can to make as much as you can. I don't know who it is who you're feeding with this shit. It's mainly yourself, I think. But you really do drag out every little thing that you can. It's like when you were talking about the imaginary boyfriend situation, and why I actually said about that, it was because in that conversation, and the reason I bring it up now is because it illustrates the difference between how I do it and how those guys are doing it, and that will indicate as well where their priorities are, their real priorities are. Because if it was just a laugh, it'd just be a laugh. And for me, I suppose it is a laugh, but part of the laugh is seeing these guys' reactions to real conversation, having real conversations and connections with people, having confrontations and discussing controversial subjects, and just having a different viewpoint and looking at other people and popping that off against different other people's viewpoints, similar to how Buttocks does it, but completely different. And no shit, not the same level of entertainment. I apologise. But, for long-term stuff, it might be interesting while you're bored one day or not. But for me, I just find, it serves the housekeeping job as well. But yeah, the reason I did bring that up was, and this is why I'm illustrating with it, is because I did mention that to the lady I was talking to. I don't want to just drag people into stuff, but yeah, I mentioned that at the time because I could tell that she was dynamic. I could tell that we were all kind of talking a little bit across purposes, but we were also communicating. I could tell there was defensiveness and the occasional jabs that were coming out of nowhere, and were kind of very interesting looking at this as well, because there is like cross purposes and reasons. I mean, all I could do, and they might say I'm an idiot, they might say that I got myself rinsed or whatever, but all I'm doing is just going into things honestly. That's all there is to it. But I won't be obviously leaving myself too open. But I did just mention that, and it wasn't made into a big thing because between two women it doesn't amount to anything. All it was a bit of a sort of heads up to Angela that when she was going to go down, I could see where she was angling for, and she was going to go down this whole like lonely routine, and how do you know you haven't got a relationship? And I just wanted to head her off on that one and just be like, we can go down this, we can pretend and we can play around in it, but we could actually move on. And even if we are still going to be at each other or having little to-dos and stuff, we can go into more relevant subject matter than something which is actually not true at the time. You know what I mean? It's just not true. So like, whereas I think in your cases, you see something like that and it's just like the tiniest thread and you're just going to go on about it for weeks. And it's just horses for courses. It just seems to be such a waste of time to me. And I know it's all fun and everything, and nothing has to be serious and true all the time, and it ain't real life, dog, and all that. But also when you're talking about, that's what I mean about popping it all off against each other. That's what the Miko was fun about as well, because it was like, that's what I like about it. It ain't real life, dog, because it's like, say DJC for instance, right? That is, and Smash JT, and these are the people I'm more interested in because it's when the real life is there in the back of their eyes. Do you know what I mean? It's something so frivolous, but then and this is where my sadism, I suppose, and things like that is, because then what an effect, because again, someone who's acted like a prick as well, someone who's acted like an absolute prick, and then you see, and as with Smash JT, it's slightly different because it's a bit less dark, and it's a bit more of a process and a conversation, whereas with DJC it seemed like just a karmic process. and it's that sort of thing that I find interesting. So it's that comparison of the two, which might not be to everyone's sensibilities, and that's absolutely fine. I am a fish out of water, so I'm just here, I'm not doing anything that other than just being here and observing. And so, yeah, it ain't real life, dog, but there's a lot of your real life getting shown in this, and I find that interesting. And so when we were having our chat, which I think was decent, and I think that there were grievances that people wanted to bring out, which weren't amounting to much in some respects, but some of the things that people were talking about, I think were kind of important. And so it kind of is worth, for me, especially when the communication wasn't necessarily free-flowing with aligned purposes, which is kind of the whole point, and that's kind of where the shit show is in that sort of panel, and that's kind of what I want. So, but to aid that, it seemed silly to be walking around the same room over and over on top of that. And you see, that's what I mean about being in the sat nav or not being on the sat nav, because it's just like you're either in one or the other, or you're just going to just try and talk about these things and just go round and round in circles. And there's a load of people who are more than happy to do that and would prefer you to go round and round in circles. That is interesting in itself. And how many of those people are accrued? Is it a chicken and egg situation? Is it because there's a load of people who want the same thing over and over again that it is like this? Or do we get those people because it is like that? and how many of those people, what's the proportion of people who are like that in here? And what reference does that, what sort of relevance has that got to the fact it's the retro gaming place and people are still stuck playing the same thing they were playing for 30 years?
And he is testing this story time and again by extracting narcissistic supply from people. If he considers himself to be a genius, then input from people telling him that he's a genius feeds and fuels his grandiosity. So, the narcissist cannot take the chance that your speech will somehow challenge or undermine this inflated, fantastic, unrealistic self-perception.
That
He cannot take the chance.
That I felt coming from Curia. I'm not saying these guys are straight up narcissists. I'm saying that at that time they were behaving in this way, and I do think that we all have our times, we all have our moments. But I have definitely felt that one. I think that has been pretty much the entire drive of the evil thing. But he had a handle on it. We all managed to. Like I said, I'd already got through. Like, it's been 2 years we'd gone through. Poor Evie had been through loads of shit. We'd had all, like, the other women out in the Amico. We'd been through it, and I'd fucking got through it. And, yeah, like I say, I wasn't, like, fucking blameless or spotless, and I still had shit, being chucked at me, but it was complete. I was still, like, classed as a person, So, I still think that if it wasn't for Ricardo coming in late and just harping on just some old fucking thing, like me and Eva had split up like fucking a year before. There's someone in the chat. Oh, hey, Poltercan. Oh, thank you. Same to you too. I hope you do it all. Yes, I am. I'm having a lovely chill time. I've actually got a beer for later. I'm just taking it slow. I might go for a smoke and just, do a bit of a Red Bull and leave it going because I don't have no pressures today. I do have obviously my chores, my general chores, and I did have a few things to do in my garden. I did a video yesterday, and I was just doing it because I did a little bit of time working on my twig house, which Dorshin never believed that I did because obviously I just lie all the time. That's another thing as well. Have you caught me in any lies? I say that now and I'm like, oh, have you caught me in any lies? I don't know, but have you caught me in any lies? I'll put it out there. I've caught them in millions of lies, and yet they're the ones accusing me of lying. Who are you going to believe? Is all I'm going to say. Especially when my whole point is just being honest. Now, I'm not going to be like, oh yeah, I'll tell you everything, my inside leg measurement and all the rest of it. But when in doubt, I'm going to walk in the light as much as is safe to do so, because there's absolutely no reason not to do so in this environment for me, because it will, not for any virtuous reason, but just because it's like the fucking path I've chosen on it, it's like in fucking Fallout, you make your choice. You could fanny around with your karma levels, or you could, how you might go and play it all bad one go round, or then you might go down all the good path points and just do that. It's like, if you're going to be a bear, be a grizzly. If I'm going to be honest and with myself to challenge myself, then I'm going to do it. Didn't watch anything from yesterday. Oh, have they done stuff yesterday as well? Oh my god. Oh yeah. I'm glad. Have you got anything nice planned for this afternoon or this morning for you? I suppose it is. Autumn's here, so I might go down the local park later after I've had a couple of beers and I'm a bit jolly. I've only got stubbies, so I'm not going to be like pissed up, falling all over the place. But I can have a drink and I might go down. So I've heard that there's a lot of seeds out in the local park of all the wildflowers. I might go around a bit half cut with a duvet and a little jar and collect a load of seeds and sprinkle them on my lawn. I mean to do it for a bit. My plan, maybe. But I'm just going to take my time on this because it's been a long time coming. And I'm not rushing. I've got no reason to rush. I could do it in multiple parts, but I'll try and get as much under my belt as possible. But yeah, I didn't know they'd done anything yesterday. it's fine. It's just that at the same time they're calling me. That was another thing. When I do watch it, I want to do a little checklist of Evil's been trying to paint me off everywhere that you look, as being the psycho ex-girlfriend, as his like new improved reasons, that his new rewritten reasons as to why all this, and the level of it, worse than anyone ever gave to Darius, worse than anyone ever gave to Jared Genesis, worse than anyone ever gave to Dagstein, worse than anyone ever gave to OEB Pete, worse than anyone ever gave to Tommy Tallarico. I'm that bad. And now we know. Now he's finally remembered what it is. It's because I'm a psycho ex-girlfriend, don't you know? So I wondered if we could maybe compare what you'd expect a psycho ex-girlfriend to do and what me and him have been doing, and possibly Ricardo, since he's inserting himself into it. Because, you could say that this is a psycho ex-girlfriend response, what I'm doing, but really, you've got someone who's literally making smear campaigns on me on the daily, and I'm going on one. I'm not even going on yesterday's. I'm going on the one from the other day that he did after mine, because I'm reacting to, hey up, Swami Ills. I'm reacting to their reaction to me and Lima reacting to Albert reacting to a conversation between me and Angela, which had nothing to do with fucking Ricardo. So I thought I'll stick with that one, because how long can this go on for? Because then it'll be like, if they react to that, then it'll be like they're reacting to me reacting to them reacting to me and Lima reacting to Albert reacting to a conversation that me and Angela had about something that had nothing to do with fucking Ricardo, the fanny. And we'll just see how long it can go for, because it's fucking hilarious. Exactly. They'd follow the guy everywhere, wouldn't they? And they'd be in all the chats, wouldn't they? Like Tommy. And they would be sending all the messages. Like Evil sent me a couple of messages the other night, which he hasn't mentioned, or I don't know if he has. And then deleted. You'd have people spreading lies about you everywhere, wouldn't they? Whereas I don't need to. All I need to do is react to what they're doing. The lies that all I can do is react to the lies that they're spreading. Because it's the housekeeping element of it, because I am just a bit busy, There's a bit too many reactions, isn't it? It goes on. So that's what I'm thinking. It's like how they've already gone beyond the point of no return, where they're just like, it's blatantly obvious that they're just creeps. You know what I mean? It gets to a point where you're like, when I'm trying to come up with my reasons and this, that, and the other. No, creep's gonna creep. That's really what it comes down to. There's other things, but creep's gonna creep. And we met a right creep here in Ricardo, and he's just spreading it. He's spreading it to everybody. And everyone's got that little inner creep in them, it seems, especially around here. And he's just taken away any nuance in anybody and brought out that fucking creep in quite a few people. I mean, look at Ron. Ron always had so much to give in different ways, and now he's just been reduced to just a total fucking creep. Like, the first fucking comment he put in Slotham's last night was about me spreading my pasty legs for Dean, which again is a complete fucking fabrication, as we know. Because I'd like to see any evidence of the few things that they've tried to put across. And they never have. And they just turn around and say, oh, it's just trolling. Okay, so coming in saying that, when I haven't even had a fucking go at Ron ever. Do you know what I mean? It's just, I'm not whinging. I'm just saying, like, how can you say that's just trolling? I've not done anything to you to warrant that, apart from just exist in this place. And then to just say about the pasty legs and opening my legs with, it's just like, that's what that guy jumps to straight away. I know. I feel sorry for his poor wife. I feel sorry for his poor fucking wife, mate. I do. What a gen. I know. And he was so sweet to me. It was weird. So weird. Some of the stuff that he said, I mean, obviously Evil's like took what he said and spun it and used it and all the rest of it. But yeah, he's crazy. I mean, the obsession he's had with Vic, I'm just like, I'm just bemused, just totally bemused. Like, I don't think, Ricardo will take anything that comes his way and he'll take the piss and stuff, but like, Ron's really been pushing this Vic Vega thing massively. And he's the only one who ever did, really, apart from Dean. Because Dean will take anything going as well, and he wanted to insert himself into all that at the time. But little did Dean know that he doesn't have to worry about it because everyone's going to be interacting with each other outside of their fucking shitty cult. So you don't have to worry about that. It's only Ricardo who has to worry about being left on the sidelines. And we see the result here as a blatant self-insertion. At least with Dean, we were actually at war with him. We were actually having an interaction with him. With Ricardo, I ain't got time for that, Fanny. I'm just fucking observing him. And he's getting himself in the first place inserted into something which had nothing to do with him. I can't say evil, Ron, Ricardo, Curia if you don't block them all. I didn't block you. I didn't, because, Curia, as you know, and it makes no odds because if you count up the hours, we can easily say it, so you can spin it how you fucking like. But I am just reacting to your fucking shit that you're piling on me every day. The reason I keep saying that is because I can't go on a chat without you lot, quote unquote, keeping tabs on me. That's another thing a psycho ex-girlfriend would do, is go around keeping tabs on the person, which can assure you I have no time to do. And I've told you exactly what I do, which is every fucking one when they've started on me, I'll go and I'll just take one snapshot of the fucking chat or a quick look, and that's it. They believe that you're trying to get close to Dean by having a relationship to him. Exactly. Well, that's interesting to see how they interpret shit. What the fuck? Who's got time for that shit all to count? Do you know what I mean? To get closer to Dean. If I wanted to get closer to Dean, I'm sure there's loads of ways to do it. You know, you just broker some deal or other. It's not how it works. So this is just their fucking interpretation of just, no, I suppose I am going to be closer to Dean by literally stepping away from their cult, in the sense that I can talk to whoever the fuck I want to talk to without these psycho ex-girlfriends going, oh, you fancy Dean, oh, you fancy a fucking Red Bull, oh, you fancy Volpe. Like, I've never been like, apart from obviously taking the piss out of the things that happen in the privet, I've never been there going, oh, you fancy this person, oh, this person's going out with that person, oh no, that person's personal life, and oh no, who are they shagging today? Like, it's not in my scope. Can't close yourself like a clam if you have so much to talk about them. Then why don't you give the opportunity to answer the back? No, mate. You again, straw man, back up. We'll go into that one if you want later down the line. But at this point, after months and months and months of you shutting me down at every step, kicking me out of all the fucking streams, you can fuck right off, mate. Now you're coming back pretending that you're the victim, just because I want to say my piece without you coming and spinning and wrapping your shit around me because you've set everything up just right while I've been asleep. Yeah? I think I know a little bit more than letting you direct the conversation, Q, all right? I think you haven't really proven. I'd be a bit of an idiot, wouldn't I, to let you direct that conversation. So in my own good time, that's absolutely fine. Now, them to answer you back, when it comes to them, I will not be engaging with Ricardo, because just because you lot want to insert this little fanny who's just been sat on the sidelines like a little fucking parasite on this community for all this time. A Jared Genesis fucking supporter. I don't want to hear a different take. Snowflake downhill became a wrecking snowball out of control. You mean Ricardo? Oh, this is all a bit different now, Q, all of a sudden he's changing his tack. Yes, that's interesting, isn't it? All of a sudden you're changing your tack from, oh, don't talk to this person. No one's allowed to talk to CPE. CPE is just a delusional, crazy whore, and should be shut down at all times. I'm the psycho ex-girlfriend. So when I'm about to come, yeah, thank you very much, Charles Count. I know it as well. And it makes no odds, does it? It makes absolutely no odds. As long as I'm strong enough for myself and it's making it work for me, then it makes no odds, and these idiots can't touch me. And as you well know, I've given plenty of people the opportunity to speak. So again, with the Darvo, mate, you're the ones who've shut down your entire fucking chat into sub for sub fucking happy clappy situation because you were so scared of anyone talking in any way that, in this sense, like shutting down, being a threat to you. You saw it as a threat. You saw it as something like that, just because some people didn't like being pissed on. Simple as that. But now you've got your little pissing pot, haven't you? You've got Captain N, who's come back for more after all that. That's the sort of thing that you're after. And now you're going to turn around and say, because you can't just come and stamp around and have another tantrum like you had at Red Bulls that time and start spinning yarns off it so you can go and feed it back to that fanny for another 3 months worth of fucking shit. Bullshit, dragging out the littlest fucking thing and going round and round, knowing that it's fake, but just going round and round on it for hours and hours. What a waste of your fucking time. I mean, this isn't a great use of my time, but, you know, it's entertaining for every now and again, isn't it? Who's the Jared supporter? Fucking Ricardo. He's the one over at the fucking changing table constantly. That's what I'm talking about, mate. He's the one sat there shouting PSG at everybody else. It's unbelievable. Honestly, the projection. That's what I will go into when I get to the actual reaction. It's just absolutely crazy. I mean, even go down to the fucking shit that they've been harping on, just because, and it's like I go away for a couple of days, and I wasn't even away. I was just busy because it's weekends are just a bit of a fucking nightmare. But for this, obviously, but Mondays were going to be my day off, but I'm actually going to do weekends off, and then Monday might actually be a day that I can do stuff, which is good because I can just mop up all the shit that they've chucked at me over the weekend, and it becomes a thing, like nothing that I just need to do, not so much like I've got a need to do it like Ricardo has, but if I don't do it, then I'm going to have quite a lot of backlog to deal with. And as we see, they're very quick to start spinning their yarns on one thing or another very quickly, and if you don't, then the next thing I know, I'm as bad as fucking Darius with an imaginary boyfriend. You know, that's the narrative. Just because I mentioned to Angela, yeah, let's not just go down that fucking lonely route because that's not an issue right now that we have to deal with. That was it. You know, and they're going down this whole thing now. So now I have to just do that bit of housekeeping. Do you know what I mean? It's just to make things easier because, as I say, they are manically trying to disassemble my character, which was hard enough to put across in the first place. Because you saw what happened to Saggy Melons. Because she put herself across as a bit of a Jezebel anyway, it's really hard to come across as any sort of character that isn't either someone who's a victim, someone who's like a shut up Meg sort of thing, someone who's just a massive drama whore like the Saggy Melon sort of thing, and that's all they can do, someone who's a thought. You know, you've just got all these things that are on you, and it's like if you can be that a person as well, then you're doing pretty well, and that's kind of the challenge. And so they are now spending all this time taking apart every single part of my personality. And I kind of see that as a bit of that's kind of flattering. Do you know what I mean? Because they've had to do that. Yeah, well, the thing is, again, Curia, is that you aren't going to dictate this. But yeah, I appreciate what you're saying, and I will open it up. Maybe I'll do it later on today if you want. But I am not doing it right now because that's not what I'm here to do. I'm not here to do this now. I have not had my right to reply on this without you coming and fucking jumping down my throat. You had no time for my comments. You had no time for my discussion. Why did you get Mike to do your fucking dirty work for you when I was asleep to kick me out of the Discord if you want a conversation? Why did you all pile on me to such a degree where it's like, every day, all day, every day, every stream, every time I spoke to anybody, anyone who was a supporter of me, going around and literally just saying to them, you should not support this person. I have never done that to you. So you can at least, because I'm busy, and that's your only fucking win over me, is because I'm fucking busy and I've got other things to do. And then the one time I actually get 2 minutes to sit down, I'm like, oh, I've got a beer, I'm going to sit and I'm going to have a look at these fucking ninnies and whatever. It's like, damage control, fucking Q is here now. Let me come down and tell you how much of a fucking knobhead you are, and all your friends are disgusting because they made a fucking video once, and so you have to fucking disregard everything anyone said because the fucking king of the donkeys are fucking talking. Well, you can fucking stick to my timeline, mate. It ain't real life, dog. It's not that important, is it? So I'm going for a smoke anyway. So that's my point. So you might get a better reaction out of me once I've had a smoke anyway. But I will leave Sam Vatnin playing for 5 minutes, and I will be back in 5. But yeah, I'm not against having a chat with you guys in the right time. But listen, you have taken the piss. You know, you really have, and you've gone too far with it, and you really have. And you've shown an absolute level of fanniness and investment in this, which is way beyond trolling. And you can try and fucking backpedal as much as you want. I did not block. Right, now, you're starting with a lie. You're starting with a fucking lie. So are you going to get let on by that? Right, can I just... They tried to reach to her many times. Right, I would like... Curia, some proof. This is not the Ricardo Cody crying on nothing hour. She blocked all of them and kept saying things 24/7. No. Where's your proof on that one? I blocked them. I blocked them. Oh, mate, you better just be trolling on that one because you're the ones who kicked me out of the fucking Discord and you couldn't even do it to yourself. Do it on your own time. You're the ones who were then complaining because I sent you messages. Ron's whole take on the reason why was because I reached out to him once after it all when we were fine and said, all right, mate, why the fuck are you doing this? Can you just stop? What the fuck are you doing this for? That's it. And that's his whole thing. He's like, oh, you sent me all these terrible messages. Oh, you offended me. Absolute bullshit. Drop the link and see, look at this. This is all you've got. Oh, it's cheap as fuck, mate. Are you really? Well, you can be like that if you like. I am going to go for a smoke, yeah, because I already said I was going to go for one. And if you're going to spin this out, the fact that on my own stream, this is my time scale. Why is that? Is that because I'm a woman? And you really are just that entitled that you think you can dictate to me what I should and shouldn't do and when I shouldn't do, when I should do it? Like, who else does that to anybody else? And who else do... Yeah, there's no one else. There's no other precedent for that in this community where anybody would just tell someone when to do something like that. And really seriously as well. Fucking hell. You'll be ordering me to do the washing up again next time, won't you? I said, I'll drop the link when I'm ready. Yeah, they are all blocked here because you lot went and blocked them. Yes, please show me. Right, can I just explain as well? Here we have a prime example, right? So we had Tommy, Evil, Ricardo, and Ron, all with wrenches. I think I even gave just Judy a wrench. Now, when everything went wrong, I think I left a couple of people with wrenches because we were still friends. I left Ron with a wrench. We were still friends. They still said me and Ron in the messages were all right. It was only Ricardo with his invested interest that pushed it. So when I came back to my channel and everything was blocked, I've even got it downloaded, Curia. I've got the proof. I've got the proof, mate. I've got it downloaded on one of these streams. I think I know which one it is as well, where Ricardo is literally lets it slip in the stream when we're talking about something. He goes, oh, what? She's not blocked you. It was when he was talking to Buttocks. And he was like, no, she hadn't blocked you. It was us who did all that. It was us who blocked him. Yeah, it was you all who blocked him. Which is like, that's the way it goes. That's my own fault for having trust in people who were still classed as my friends, supposedly. And now you're going to come in and say, oh, because you blocked everybody. No, mate, this shows your fucking threat because you hated the fact that I've always been open and that the crunch was open and that my Discord was open to everybody. Oh, the crying that went on about my Discord with these idiots. Oh, you'll just want to let everybody in. You just want, Evil used to do it all the time. Oh, I know, you'll just have it open so Dean can watch it and everything, but I know it's just your thing. Like, all the time. They just were so threatened by a different approach of just being open. And I don't have anything to prove. I have anything to prove to these people. If they think they're better than me, then let them think they're better than me. Makes no odds to me. If there's some PSG man who would want to talk to you even when the internet knows they hate you. Well, since this is a hate hole, this place, it makes absolutely no odds about whether they hate me or not. Do you see what I mean? It's about talking. And anyway, they don't necessarily hate me. They just want to cause shit with me. It makes a difference, massive difference. Much less estrogen involved, mate. You know, the hate is very palpable and coming from you. There's no PSG members here. Is there, trying to coerce me into doing something that I don't want to do? Now, there is a couple who would do that, isn't there? There's a couple who always push the boundaries, but you're one of them as well. And anyway, there is some PSG member who's always trying to push my boundaries, and that's your fucking little pet Ricardo, isn't it? He is a PSG member. I'm only open to PSGs later. See, look at this again with the projection. You blocked everyone from my channel, and I've not even been on. Yeah? When I do go on, the couple of streams that I've had has been the feeding frenzy of your lives for fucking Ricardo. So you can imagine that I'm not really in the mood to keep just chucking food at that fucking idiot unless I've got a reason to. In the sense of, this is something I've wanted to do for a bit, is analyse this shit properly. So I've had, a couple of streams, and on one of those I had to address something which was being spun out because of Dean's machinations that he was playing. So I wanted to use that, because when I say machinations, it's also brokering. It can be viewed as the opening of a conversation, just like this can be viewed as the opening of a conversation, but it has to be viewed properly. And I am now doing it in my own time, under my own steam. Now, when it came to Angela, she's coming from the outside, so I had a bit of time to give to her, and I was like, I wasn't going to be quite so, under my time, under my steam, although it did fit for both of us, the timing, and so that's why that worked. But I did, I would have put myself out for her a bit, because she was coming in from outside, and I wanted to do something different regarding that, something that I'd done that I hadn't done before, i.e. talking to someone from that side who wasn't massively invested as the other guys were. So I just thought it was something slightly interesting and a bit different, which is obviously something that you struggle to handle and also feel threatened by. So you see that as me only being open to PSGs? No, because I'm not only open to anyone. I'm not only open to anyone. I'm not like you guys. It's not about banny, although that's what you did to my channel. And I'm just such a boomer that I can't fucking work out how to fucking undo it. But the fact you guys are harping on it constantly just shows that this is all you've got is your little machinations. So all you've got on me after all this is coming on here and going, you're not letting me on to fucking bitch about you or your panel right now. You must be wrong. You're not allowed to have a voice because you're not going to let me control your conversation right now when I say it. And because of that, you're open only to PSGs, because I'm open to people. I'm open to anyone. But just, I'm not open to fucking manipulative donkey fucking kings coming in telling me what I should and shouldn't be doing and when I should and shouldn't be doing it. I'm not your missus, love. Go and fucking tell her what to do. Although I bet she's the one telling you what to do, and that's why you have to carry on like you do over here. Trying to claw back some fucking control. Who knows? It's not for me to fucking dictate, is it? It's not for me to decide. I've got no idea. But this is the sort of shit that you guys will make a whole foundation and a whole fucking village out of. Some idea that someone has once. So you should know about the PSGs, because you're the one who hangs around with one of them. And you should know about not being open to anyone apart from your sanctioned contributors. I'm arguing with myself by myself. No, I'm not arguing with myself by myself. I'm just having thoughts. That's it. And that's why I'm not doing it all the time, because it's all part of a process. And once I've had these thoughts, and once I've had this process, and I've looked at the hours and hours and hours of vitriolic hate that you guys have put out and lies that you are desperately scared of me actually going and doing, obviously, because this is why you're doing this, then once I've done that, I'll move on and I'll be on to something different, unlike yourselves. But I am still going to have my right to reply, Kia. You don't get to sweep all these lies that you've made about me under the fucking carpet that you keep perpetuating for whatever reason, I don't know. So you can say something to me about, I'm sure you've said it many times in many chats and to anyone who's spoken to me ever in the world. I'm sure you have. And I'm sure it's full of bullshit, projection and lies. I'm sure it's very narrow-minded. But I will be open to listening to it at a time of my own choosing. But for now, I've just opened a beer and I am going to go for a smoke, which was already going to be the case. I couldn't give a shit whether you're here when I come back or not, mate. All right. But yes, we can have this conversation in the future. Unlike Angela and some of the people from over there, I actually don't have a need to want to build a bridge with you. Whereas the other guys on the other side, I do, because I was prevented to actually engage with them. There's various types of different ways of communicating with people who I've had a war with and who do openly hate me. But it's really different to being in a cult with people who, like that video that I put on my community post, live a completely different life and pretend to be completely different people for 2 years. That's very different. You don't want anyone to tell you what to do. I got that. Can place totally blocking any different point of view. No, I'm just coming up with claims of totally blocking any different point of view. I don't. See, this is, you're making that shit up. When have I blocked any different point of view? See, this is where you just always on the back foot with me, aren't you? When I talked about, I use a terminology and you copy it. And do you know what, Curia? That's disappointing because I used to laugh at the PSG for doing that shit. And you guys do it. So now it's all about talking and having different points of view, is it? You were taking the piss out of me about that before. So now it's all about different points of view. And now you're using this threadbare fucking shit. Like, all you've got is that one of you guys got in and banned a load of people. And now you can dance around going, oh, look, she's banned everyone. She's banned everyone. Is that it? Fine. Carry on dancing around doing that. I'm just going to carry on doing my analysis. You can dance around saying, oh, she's banned everyone, when I clearly haven't. I can tell you on one hand of the people I fucking banned. When Buttocks came in and said I'd banned him, I was like, oh, I probably did. But not that time, I didn't. It was before. But I did ban him once, but it was ages ago. But not this time, because I remember having conversations with him since. And so once someone came in and banned him since then. Justy I didn't ban. But yeah, there's people who, like, my actual friends are banned. So you can carry on with your fucking bullshit as much as you like. It's bullshit. My actual friends are banned. You banned all my mates. Like, you banned Volp. I never banned. I might have banned one of Volp's accounts, but I never banned them all. So, you just show your ass all the fucking time. It's only because I don't know how to fucking do it. I went on StreamYard and there was only 3 names that I couldn't unblock. So I did. And I did George Taylor. I unbanned George Taylor. And then there was a couple of random ones, which I think were Dean Zoltz. That's it. When I come back, if you want, you can guide me through it, through the chat, of how to unblock people. I'm not. You'd like to hear me when I'm really angry. Yeah, that's it. I'm not. That's it. He's trying to trigger me, trying to wind me up, but I'm really not. What have I said? Kind of tired right now. You need to listen to yourself. Maybe you need to question yourself. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's what I'm doing, mate. Look at it. That's right. You direct that conversation, mate. You give me that advice. I'm glad you mentioned that one, Q. Yeah, glad you mentioned it, love. Like, look at you. Oh, mate. Well, you know the truth. Do you know what I mean? Like, you are literally dancing behind me, trying to mop up the gravy. You know that Ricardo style, because it's a script that you're adding to that's old and tried and tested. You can just spin that one out quickly. You'll go to another stream now, and another one, and another one. You'll be in the privet, and you'll make your little feathers, and you'll say your little pieces, and then whatever you're wanting to put forward is going to be that. Oh, she's blocked everyone, and she's not open to things. She's ever so triggered. No, mate, I'm not. I'm triggered by the fact that, I tell you what did trigger me, not triggered, but was like, whore, you know, was when you guys were going, oh, you're blocking everybody, when you were the guys who came in and blocked everyone, right? And I did not even take it that bad. I didn't even say anything really. I just was like, how the fuck do I fix this? And then you're coming back and you want it, and it's because it's like, oh my God, after all that, is that all you've got? Is that all you've got, that you're just going to be like, you don't want to talk to anyone? Because you know that my thing is that I'm open and I'm just walking in the light, and that I'm going to be open to everybody if I'm allowed to be, if I'm allowed to go on a chat, if I'm allowed to talk to people without you shutting them down, if I'm allowed to go there without you completely smearing my reputation beforehand, which is probably unlikely, but still, you know, there's a lot of things stacked against me being open and honest and being able to talk to people. And so now but I'm still doing it, because what else am I going to do? I'm not going to twist and turn and change my ways and change myself up for someone else, like Evil changed himself up after 2 years for another man. So he changed him, and that's the way with that one. It's like, how does that roll with the flip flopping? Did he change himself up for Dean to pretend to be more altruistic, or did he change himself up for Ricardo to pretend to be more of a fucking dickhead, women hating cunt? Just can't seem to say. Hey up, Red Bull. Hey up, nice to see you. Yeah, so Red Bull, now it's all about them wanting to talk to me, did you know? And wanting to share opinions and differences and try and sort it out and have all these, and open to discussion. That's the new one. That's the new one, mate. New, in inverted commas. Yeah, yo, I've got the stubbies. Chin chin. And I'm going to go for a smoke now, though. I am going for a smoke. But yes, now Kiwi's upset because I don't want to talk things out with him right at this moment in time. So that means that I don't want to talk to anybody, and that I've blocked everyone, because he came in and blocked everyone to set this up. And now he's going, after the one thing that I am just going to do, whether he says it or not, which is be open to everybody and talk to everyone. And you know that is in opposition to everything you guys are about. Everything you do is you're on the make, you're trying to generate something. It's all very mercenary and it's all very shallow. And that doesn't lend itself to having understanding for various different people and all the various different walks of life in this place. So you know that what you're doing is narrowing your scope ever and ever and ever. And so what you have to do is, like I said earlier, press your nose up against the fucking windows of people who actually are having a conversation, and just look at it with your tears, through the tears in your eyes, and try and make sense of it. Don't tell me what to fucking do. You can fucking go and unblock everyone you blocked in the first place. And the thing is, Kiwi, all you need to do, mate, is you need to just stop coming around causing you shit. And then that's absolutely fine, coming around causing you shit. I didn't give a shit about all you. Well, it was annoying, you know, that you came in and you fucking blocked everyone. But then going around doing this and going, oh, she doesn't want to talk to anybody because she's blocked everyone. And like I've just outlined, knowing that that's the only thing, because I've just kept it simple. I don't have any need for one-upping myself against the fucking incel dickheads who are trying to prove how much of a fucking disgusting piece of shit they are against each other. I don't need to one-up myself against that. You know that. You know that I'm kind of unfettered. I'm quite happy with my twig house, my spliffs, my Sam Vacnin, and looking at you fucking monsters in my pocket. I'm quite happy doing that. You can call me what you want because your monsters in my pocket. I'm surprised, and I've got the unique viewpoint of having come out of being in the belly of the beast and having you guys chasing after me for that reason, which is crazy. It's like some sort of fucking, what's them films called where they're on the fucking, the silent films where they're in the thing with the police car chasing after him. It's like that. Idiots. So just because I'm not doing that, I've got my one thing, because I keep it simple then, you know what I mean? I don't have to horcrux myself into going, oh, well, I need this, I need that validation, I need that person to like this, I need everyone to like what I'm doing. I need everything I need to be putting out there. I need to be a crowd pleaser. And it needs to be something. I need to be milking that. I need to be making that bigger. I need to be pushing that one down. I need to make sure I do that for the future because then I can play this one to keep my foot on that person's head. No, I don't need to do any of that shit. I can just carry on with my life and then come and see whatever you guys have been fucking doing and moaning about and lying about for the last couple of days. And so, or you can now you're like recalibrating, aren't you? And you're like, oh shit, like calculating new route. What now? Okay, so yeah, all she wants to do is talk to people and be honest and just float around the place watching. Okay, so what we do is we block all that communication. We make sure we try and drum up as much hatred among people who used to be her friends as possible on the outskirts. We try and do as much as that as possible. And then I'm going to accuse her of not wanting to talk to anyone by putting unreal expectations and demands on her. And then you try and tell me that it ain't real life, dog, and you ain't got no fucking vested interest. Nobody's fighting right now. Here's the gaslighting. I beg to differ. I beg to just go and look at any of your guys' fucking streams. Just look at how you were with me at fucking Hooligans. I can't even go to Hooligans without you giving me shit. So fuck you, mate. No one's fighting right now. Yes, you're gaslighting, fucker. I know they're not. Because you're just recalibrating how to play it. It's plain to see for every fucker who's around who's got eyes, mate. I know, that's it. No drama talks today. No, it's all my fault as well, Red Bull, you see, because I'm doing a different type of drama that he's not down with. And so that's not to be. That's not allowed, even on my own stream. That's not to be that. So anyway, I'll leave you with Sam Vaknin. Sun's come out.
He perceives your speech as potentially challenging, potentially manipulative, possibly threatening, or at the very least, injurious. He is hypervigilant. He is paranoid. It's paranoid ideation. The narcissist never interacts with you verbally without assuming in advance that you may somehow injure him, hurt him, harm him, cause him pain, attack him, challenge him, undermine him,
Fucking light didn't work.
humiliate him, shame him.
I'll talk for everything else. That's your fault, Q, yeah? My fucking light didn't work.
So, the narcissist comes to the conversation with you, not as an equal partner, open-minded, ready to consider what you're saying, your arguments, or just willing and able to exchange pleasantries, ratings, or whatever it is. The narcissist comes to the conversation, attends the exchange, gets involved in the interlocution between you in bad faith. He comes there already with his heckles up, suspicious, aggressive, vigilant. He assumes the worst. He expects the worst. And he's prepared for the worst. Any verbal interaction with anyone, regardless of intimacy, or imputed intimacy, regardless of the type of the relationship, any communication can cause narcissistic injury. And if done in public and shames the narcissist and humiliates the narcissist, it could cause narcissistic mortification. Words, language itself is a weapon. The narcissist weaponizes language, as I've described in numerous other videos on this channel. He assumes, he firmly believes, he's convinced that you're going to weaponize language as well. I'm weaponizing language, he says. I'm using language to hurt, to manipulate, to cause pain, to modify behavior, other people's behavior, to obtain outcomes. I'm using language as a tool of self-efficacy, probably my interlocutor, my partner in this conversation, is doing exactly the same. And I am the target. I'm the mark. I may end up being a victim. I will never let this happen, says the narcissist. And so what the narcissist does, he deconstructs your speech. He analyzes it minutely in order to reveal the hidden text, some occult, true meaning. What did you actually mean? What are you aiming at? What are the goals of this possible manipulation? Are you trying to take him down? Are you trying to level the playing field in a power play? Are you trying to take away his control over you, coercive as it might be? What is it that you are striving at and aspiring to by initiating communication? Narcissists, all narcissists are a bit antisocial, and so they assume that other people are pseudo-psychopathic and they have goals. When someone tells you good morning, they want something from you. When they ask you, how are you? It's because they're gathering incriminating information about vulnerabilities, which they can leverage later on. If they offer advice, it's because they want to humiliate you. It's as simple as that. There are ulterior motives behind every communication, never mind how innocuous. The narcissist reframes your text, reframes your speech to conform to his narrative. When he is in the state of idealization during the shared fantasy, your speech is proof positive that you're perfect, you can do no wrong, you're drop dead gorgeous, you're amazing, you're intelligent, and so on. When he is in the devaluation stage of the same shared fantasy, your speech is proof positive how dull and dumb you are, how evil and malevolent, how scheming and cunning, how conspiring and untrustworthy, etc. Same speech. Same speech. He reframes it one way and then exactly the opposite way in order to support narratives embedded in the shared fantasy and narratives inside his mind about himself. This narrative is known as grandiosity, and about relationships in general. This narrative is known as internal working model. So your speech is mangled, mangled, molested, mutilated, to the point of unrecognizability.
Canada, always up to 65% less than RRP.
No sign of him yet, Manager Present. And high hopes for you tonight.
High hopes. That's him.
Give him what he deserves.
You were bored. You saved me your crime insurance and broadband. Well,
Only in order to conform to the narrative, to support it, to buttress it, and to prove it beyond doubt. The shared fantasy is above all else. And this is, of course, a form of confirmation bias. The narcissist filters out anything and everything you say which may in some way disagree with him, criticize him, may in some way display your independence, your personal autonomy, your agency. He rejects all this. He just doesn't listen. He shuts it off. He shuts it out. It's done. It's like water on oil, oil on water. Whatever you say that does not conform to the narcissist's narrative is dead in the water long before it has reached the narcissist's ears. It's dead on arrival. The rest is being broken to pieces, disassembled, and then reassembled in novel ways, which somehow fit into the narratives, the narrative of the shared fantasy, the narrative of the grandiosity, the narrative of relationships in general, the narcissist biases, prejudices, and so on. So this is confirmation bias. And when you take into account that the narcissist is dissociating, when this is coupled with dissociation, it means that large parts of what you have said are completely and unconsciously ignored They're dissociated. Remember, dissociation is a discontinuity in memory, especially long-term memory. Memory gaps. In the case of the narcissist, they're massive. They're as massive as the borderline. And the narcissist imposes this defense mechanism, dissociation, imposes it on input from you in order to render the input innocuous, to render the input non-threatening, by eliminating key parts of what you have said, by dissociating away certain things that rankle the narcissist, irritate, provoke, trigger, and threaten the narcissist then creates a sanitized version of your words, which he can live with. And the main mechanism at work here is dissociation. Of course, the narcissist never recalls what you have said, never remembers what you have said. Of course, the narcissist contests your memory, disagrees with you on what you have said. He has heard something completely different in his mind. He recreates your speech in his mind because your speech is internal, because you are an internal object. And of course, the narcissist engages in every known error and bias, every error and bias known to humanity. So there's also attribution. Oh, this is me, by the way, and she is trying to tell me something, but I'm shutting her away because she's challenging my grandiosity. Only I do the talking on these videos. Okay, Shoshani. Attribution error. Whatever you say reflects who you are. Not your choices, not your decisions, not your intelligence, not your analysis, not your knowledge, not your erudition, not your background, not your experience, none of this. Whatever it is that you say is because of who you are. And when you're being idealized in the shared fantasy, who you are is a perfect entity. And so whatever you say is perfect. And when you're devalued, who you are is evil and bad and deformed and crazy and sick and stupid. And so everything you say is equally stupid and crazy and deformed, etc. Who you are is your speech, as far as the narcissist is concerned. And this is a problem because in the devaluation phase, when you're converted into an enemy, into a persecutory object, when you join forces with the voices of the internalized bad object, when you torment the narcissist from the inside, potentially, the narcissist is driven to get rid of you via the discard phase. You're stand-in for his mother. I advise you to watch the shared fantasy videos. But at that point, the narcissist converts you into another internalized bad object. And it's a problem because the narcissist is actually multiplying the bad object. And there's another issue. The internal objects are elements in the narcissist's mind. They are part and parcel of the narcissist's mind. So if there are so many bad internalized objects, maybe the narcissist's mind is bad. Maybe the narcissist himself is bad. The narcissist cannot countenance this. So he rejects you. And he rejects you aggressively. Ironically, your speech is used against you in the devaluation phase because it is proof positive that you are trying to sabotage the narcissist from the inside, that you're a Trojan horse of some kind. You're bringing your speech as an internal object. You're bringing your speech into the narcissist's mind to pollute and contaminate and decompose it somehow. Similarly, when you are being idealized, your speech augments the narcissist, enhances the narcissist. And that's a process I described, a process that I called co-idealization. The narcissist idealizes you, he's actually idealizing himself. All in all, the narcissist pays more attention to what you haven't said than to what you have actually said. More attention to what you have not said than to what you have actually said. The narcissist reads a lot into the absences,
Right, I'm back. Oh, my
and the
beer.
emptiness, and the silence, because ultimately he is.
Ah, shout out to the silence cake.
Can I pay by card? No cash. No card. Cash.
So the narcissist asks himself, why didn't she say this? She could have said it, but she didn't say it. Why didn't she say it? Is she trying to challenge my authority, undermine my godlike status?
Yeah.
Is she
Am I challenging your godlike
against me? Is she
status,
acting maliciously
Donkey
or
King, by
malevolently?
saying that you can't
Is
come
she
on
teasing me?
a
Is she
thing which
shaming
was
me?
never a panel
Humiliating me?
in the first place just because you've said you want to?
Malevolent to
This is what you were scared of, isn't it? Not having a place where you're going to get that
the
treatment.
unfinished sentences.
Oh
To the
dear.
things he could have said and chose not to.
Oh dearie me.
Narcissists throughout, even in the idealization phase, the narcissist is gathering the evidence.
All I
against you
ask.
because he is driven inexorably.
Exactly.
to devalue
Why?
He
Why?
These are the internal
Ah.
dynamics. Of
Thanks
the
for
shared
this. He's telling me the answers. This is great.
Something from the very first moment, even in the love bombing stage, the narcissist is collecting proofs.
He was, as we know, because now it's all coming out. He's bringing it all out. Every little thing, no stone unturned. It's just cheap as fuck. Some of the stuff that's come back, like the fact I haven't got a car. Oh no! When I've been blatantly honest about that, me and Leo had a discussion about that ages ago.
Used against you at the end of the shared fantasy.
Yeah.
But even worse, everything you do not say can and will be used against you at the end of the shared fantasy.
And there's so many things that I don't share. There's so many things that I don't say. You know, I don't use against. There's so many little cheap ass things that if I was to do anything like what they're doing, I'd have years of stuff.
A colleague, a good friend. The minute you've entered the narcissist's life, you've entered the twilight zone, a neverland, where all the rules are upside down, topsy-turvy, and you are Humpty Dumpty, waiting to be broken and never be put back again.
Ah, see, this is the difference. This is what I think. This is what I think. Looking it through the YouTube version of it gives you a chance of not being broken fully. It's a broken, but it's an abstract. It's like a computer game version. So it's like the avatar of me or this version of me on the on this. Like it did have an effect on my real life as well, because obviously for positive and negative. But yeah, and then the putting yourself back together again, it gives you the space to look at it. And then in that computer gamey version of it, you can put your own self back together again from something that happened from something completely outside of this, possibly. And that's maybe why I'm attracted to it. But also when you're saying about the topsy-turvy world, where the rules are upside down, 100%. That's why I even came here in the first place. I've said this because it was about challenging my tried and tested perceptions and judgments, and I was trying not to be a judgmental person, but I think I was moralistically judgmental and entitled. And I think a lot of people are. Just if you are moralistic, you know, you are entitled in the sense that you expect everyone to have had this. I don't think I was like that, but you know, to take it to the nth degree, you know, that everyone has the same upbringing, the same culture, the same references and everything. So, and on that, I'm not saying I was like fully like that, but that was what I was challenging. And this place was like the ultimate in differences of references and differences of ways of being and stuff, especially since it was a male-dominated one as well, which is a space in a headspace that isn't obviously a space that I inhabit in any way. So apart from the fact that I end up in these environments because I'm interested in some of the stuff that maybe there aren't as many women that are interested in, but I think there's more than this place would allow. And I think there's more women who are probably interested in the psychology of all this crazy shit. Maybe not this particular brand that I'm looking at, but you know, their own versions of it just as much as I am. That's why I'm doing YouTube, an echo chamber of your own on someone else's channel. Ask Albo, Volp, etc. Yeah, it's meta. It is. It is. It is, and it's the only way to do it. It's the only way. It gives you that meta layer, and it gives you, for me and anyone, I think, it gives you that way of expressing yourself artistically as well, however that happens to be. Albert, you know, is one of them. Oh, by the way, can anyone give me an update? What's going on with Albert? Is he Nelda? Lord Trollingsworth. Don't know it. Don't know it. But yeah, what's going on with Albert? Yeah, well, that's the thing, Volp, is that's because it's quite a new thing, really, isn't it, when you think about it? And this is the field work. That's what I'm on about. This is the experiential learning. So you're not blocked. You're not blocked. After all. Thank you for coming and showing that you're not actually blocked. So what's all that about? But I'm glad to see you. Well, I think they're missing out, but that's just me. That's just me. You know, it's maybe there's better things that you can do your field work on. But I started it while I was I still feeding my kid? I think I might have still been feeding my kid. I might have still been breastfeeding my kid when I got into this stuff. But when I got into the fights and stuff, I wasn't, obviously. But I was, obviously after the Amico and everything, I was interested in the psychology of that. And we had the lockdown. He's on his second bus going to work. Well, the thing is, all I want to know about him is that it seems like, is it just me? Because I don't spend much time being able to, I have taken online classes, you cheeky gits. This is an online class as well. This is better. This is putting yourself out there. There's the easy way. There's the studying way, which is not the easy way, but there's the, you know, just sitting on your arse and pontificating like me sort of a way. But at least I'm putting myself out there, and I'm going through the burners. These guys are giving me all sorts of shit. I'm putting myself in the paths of all sorts of people that you wouldn't really engage with, or probably some of them, like in the case of Ricardo, wouldn't even have access to society because of the feedback mechanisms, I would imagine, of their own issues mean that they would just be a hermit. So they just wouldn't have access to people. So this is an interesting place. This is. I mean, I could be doing way more with my time, and I could be doing way more with it. But at the moment, this is not bad bang for my buck. I would imagine. I would say, compared to a lot of other stuff I could be getting out. Plus, it does suit me in that I do like to, rather than watch TV or anything like that. In my downtime, I like to do the little videos and stuff, which I haven't done for a bit. I've just been stood at the doorway making these daft songs on Suno. It's so fun. I just enjoy it. It just makes me laugh. I'm not discovering, well, not anything new in the, well, yeah, I mean, John Lennon said it, didn't he? I think it was John Lennon. Was it, nothing you can see that isn't shown, nothing you can know that isn't known. Yeah, all you need is love, Volp. All you need is love, love. And I love you, Volp. I mean, I had 2 beers. You helped me discover things that were new. It is all new to me. I'm not discovering anything new that's in the world. I mean, who is? What else? Please tell me, actually. This is an interesting one. What is there? You know, we know there's loads of stuff, and obviously computing and like making things, you know, there's boundaries and pioneering to be done. But really, like, from a sort of normal, everyday person perspective, do you think that anyone's really got the chance of discovering anything new? Especially in the world that we live in at the moment. I mean, can you even discover a new fucking series for yourself? It's all given to you by Netflix. guy who worked animals at the circus and animal biologist. I don't know. I would say that it's a good one though. What I would say is the guy that whips the animals at the circus, I would be mega interested in going into that circus and talking to that guy. Not because he's a biologist, but because he would be able to add his fucking feather to the bow or whatever, string to the bow with everybody else, and because he's not a biologist. Do you know what I mean? I've seen cults on the internet that are amongst the more normie people, but this is the more extreme version. So yeah, it's a good one, that, because I would go to the guy, the butcher. I'd go to the butcher over. I'd be interested. The interest would have come through biology and a small smattering of information of that, and then I'd go to the butcher then to get more information of the person who does it on a day-to-day basis, how to make blood pudding, and then take something home to eat myself. Yeah, I would. And in fact, I've said to my mate, I'm like, take me down to see the butchers when you go, because I've never managed to make it down there. But yeah, my mate does go down there and she does take meat to get butchered. And I've said I want to go down. That was when I was vegetarian as well, and I was like, I want to go down and fucking see it, see the whole thing. Do I think people know? Exactly, you're projecting as well. Why would I say that people are interested? No, not at all. Not at all. I don't think people are interested in this at all, especially in this environment. It's been proven all they want is the same groundhog loop. But I'm interested in that. See, I'm interested in it. I don't care what other people think. When it comes to this, at this point, I used to when I was in the fucking cult, obviously, because they were gaslighting me and all sorts of shit. All sorts of shit. But now it's like, I have to exist here and to get any benefit from it, I have to make it work for me. And so by even being here, it's just like I'm just doing this because I want to put it out into the universe, as I've said before, at this time, and I would feel satisfied for it. Plus, I don't want them to just be able to say that without any Gaian friction to that psychopathy. Like, it comes into me, it's like a dark entity coming in, and it's like I'm just literally putting my bit of friction up there of Gaia, just saying, hey, I see you there, black oil, I see you there, you know. Hey up, Vic, nice to see you. Truth gets you banned in here, watch out, mate. Oh, have we seen this? Have we seen the cheeky rewrites coming in from fucking Q here? Oh, so are you the fucking paragons of freedom? Is that the new one, is it? Over at yours? And sorry, I didn't mean to set that going. So is that the new one? Oh, look at this. Who's pulling the strings now, Donkey King? You've come in here saying, oh, I want to talk it out. I'm all about wanting to talk it out because that's what I'm doing. And now you're saying it's all about the truth gets you banned in here. Oh, there's just no words for the hypocrisy that you're demonstrating there. And that's what you operate on, isn't it? Because you just leave everyone so speechless. There's no fucking hole in your brain to sit such a level of Fanny Annieism that you just keep going with it. And nobody could have ever been so fucking hypocritical as to say something like that. But, you know, they did, but no one's going to remember it because it must have been that crazy woman spouting off, and it couldn't have been like an actual fucking middle-aged bloke acting like a 14-year-old. Truth gets you banned in here. And do you know what? I'm taking a fucking screenshot of that. Because, mate, that's what you run the entire fucking thing on. Why did you kick me out of the Discord again? Because I was taking the piss out of Paste. And you didn't even do it yourself. You waited until I was asleep and got Mike to do it for you. Yeah, qualified biologist on the side. Exactly. What about if he gave it up because he'd learned what he wanted to learn from that? Not everything, but he learned enough to go and be a fucking lion tamer. My pet gets ill. I hope you're very interested in what the butcher has for advice. No. Because all that stuff's out there. One thing doesn't negate another thing. Well, that's the thing. Just because I'm adding more understanding and a breadth of vision. Doesn't mean it stands over or shuts out anything else. That's like a threatened way of looking at it. Like one thing's going to kick out another thing. It don't work like that. Lewis is hiding under the kitchen sink. Well, enjoy your Tim Hortons, Vic. Break out this bubble, CPE. If anyone could have a word on it, it'd be different than yours. Just try stop calling names without knowing. You are foaming at the mouth right now. Right, well, no, mate, you're the one who's just got this vested massive interest, day in, day out, harping on and assuming a position as if I'm the one who's been making all these streams every day, multiple streams a day, harping on and with lies about any of you guys. I've not even said one lie about any of you guys. This is not, and it has not been trolling, this is actual obsession here. Nobody is attacking her. You have got to be fucking joking. You have got to be You have got to be fucking joking. Right, this is gaslighting in action. I can't even begin to unpick the threads of what that is. But all I know is that Red Bull's in the chat and he fucking knows. So at least there's someone seeing this fucking tree falling down in the forest. And that is all I need. That is all I fucking need. Because if there's someone else fucking seeing it, don't matter if you make them out to be monsters, don't matter if you fucking rewrite it and bullshit it, and you make everyone's voices down like you have done with everyone else now, and now you're trying to backpedal it. Oh, the voice of truth, Hugh Yamiko. Listen, as I've said, as you're acting like I haven't said, when I'm ready, I'm more than happy to have a discussion with you fucking idiots. Only because you've played yourselves out, you've had everything you can get out of it for Ricardo, and now you're going to try and rewrite it like I'm the one who kicked off and no one attacked me. Well, I can prove that one, mate. That's easy to prove. I don't have to spend any time doing that. I mean, it will take some time because just having the time to do it, this is the first time I could have chosen to compile some evidence, or I could just decide to do this instead. But just because I'm not letting you derail my right to reply to hours and hours and months of attacks, you can call it how you want. What do you call that then? What do you call that? People calling me a cunt. What do you call Ron coming in yesterday and making a lie up saying, for instance, starting it by saying opening my pasty white legs to Dean TV, completely unbidden at Slotham's, because I did what? Because I spoke to some people who weren't in his cult. They were not. I didn't even speak to Dean. And running that and repeating it on the tagline, but I'm not being attacked. That's just the most recent one that's just off the top of my head. I mean, you can listen to fucking hell. Just read up any of the fucking messages from it was calling the Welsh hog. That's just one. I mean, that's just one thing. Like the thing is when it comes to trolling is that if you start something, then fair dues, and if you have like sort of, if one person takes it far over and the other person really doesn't follow that, then is that really trolling? I've never gone into any of the personal stuff, the racism or any of that. And you guys have just taken yourselves down to this like unbelievable level, and you're going to try and pretend that didn't happen, and now you're going to pretend that because you came and banned everyone from here and you come on stomping and tantruming, wanting to come and have a tantrum like you did at Red Bulls that time for no reason, doing an Albert, that you because you don't want me to have a right to reply. You've had months to say your pieces on me, and you're still doing it now. And just because I'm about to literally just sit and analyse and laugh at some shit that you've been feeding to Ricardo for your own reasons, you're now going to spin all this yarn that I'm the crazy woman and all that shit. You can go right ahead because it's just more evidence, mate. It's just more evidence of you guys flapping. So, yeah, I mean, I'm sure this is all collecting cans anyway. So it's going to be another however many weeks of crying, coming from you guys as a result, because you haven't got nothing else. You have to press your nose up against actual conversation. And then because I don't happen to be dancing to your tune right now, you're now going to discount everything I've said, everything I've lived through, everything anyone else has seen or had an experience of, just because I'm not letting you on this panel right now. When I've actually been, when it comes to you guys and your short-minded, short-sightedness, the way you've been running your streams and shutting them down, blocking everyone, banning everyone, and just having simps, encouraging at the biggest creep on the internet to attack people, then I don't know what's the fucking problem here. Like, you guys have been doing all that shit, and then I'm not allowed to make one stream when I'm sat there going, yeah, I've finally got a bit of time to do it. I'm going to actually answer back to these months of these sad ass bastards and their safe poking at someone from the distance of someone who's asleep most of the time because they're on a different fucking time scale. Someone who's got a kid and who's busy, and who's got a fucking life, and you just literally just sat there going, oh yeah, well, we spend more time on making lies than you. Look at this. Look at this with the double punctuation from someone who's very laconic, laissez-faire, and don't give two shits. Don't give a shit. This ain't real life, dog. You know what I mean? You don't need to hide behind Red Bull or nobody else. Have you heard this? You big girls and I am more people support you. There's no words. There is no words. If anybody from the psychology people ever see this, here it is. Here it is. This here. Don't hide behind Red Bull or anyone else. He is projecting it all. Like I said, I'll reiterate it. He came in saying, "Oh, your truth will get you banned in here." Like, what they've been doing to me for months. Ricardo is the biggest liar going, and up until like about a couple of hours ago, it was all like, oh, it's all in real life, dog. It's just lying. It's fine. It's just lying. We're all just lying about you, your child, everyone else's children. He was calling me a pedo apparently recently. That is when I knew they'd shot their fucking pot full, when he's got to that level, calling me a pedo. You know what that means? That's just like literally you've got to that childish level, absolute desperation, where he's still got to put the knife in, and that's when you know it's not trolling, because he's got a vested interest in getting me out, as if I've done something to attack him or threaten him in any way. When there's a playlist on my fucking channel which shows you all the times I've fucking tried to make it up with the bastard, same as all the times I made it up with Evil and Ron. So you can spout off till you're blue in the fucking face, lad. When you say about this bubble of everyone not attacking me, I've been sat there for months, and you've finally broken me down to the point where I'm like, okay, I take the fucking hint. You're really not going for it, even though I've just said all the way through, oh, we're still mates, forget it, it's all right. And you laugh at me because I did that. And now you're telling me that I'm out of order. Because after all of that time, and you can look at the fucking timestamps and the fucking times of the videos and all the rest of it, and now you're going to tell me that it was all in my fucking head. Fuck off, mate. It's the internet and it's all there for everyone to see. Just because your little pet has run out of his fucking gas, and there's only so many times he can do this creep shit without it actually looking bad eventually, and just getting boring as fuck. And you know that everyone else is just going to have conversations without you at this point, because all you've got is, I hate CPE, I hate Lewis, and all you've got is that. And you know this. So now you're doing this and trying to rewrite it. Well, you just make it's just obvious for everyone to see. People can read, you know. People can read up. People can look back. And I know there's not many people with memories, but there are a couple who are interested in that and just have memories. Just in the sense that not because it's anything that's interesting that I'm putting out, but they might have had a run-in with you in the past, and they might know what you're about, and they'll be seeing it and going, oh yeah, that fucker. look at what he's doing now. Blatant as well, that's my point. Look how fucking blatant you are. You think you're untouchable, Donkey King. Oh yeah, mate. Red Bull, I do remember when he came on your stream. Oh, exactly. I mentioned it to him earlier. He was seething. He is now. Who's my online boyfriend now? No, he's not online. I heard it's DVD fever. Oh yes, because we all love him. Psychology professor got a degree by fighting with Brazilian guys on AOL. Well, the thing is, though, Volp, it's a blip, isn't it? What we're talking here? It's been like a year and a half involving lockdown, or maybe 2 years or something. Of a bit of, I did spend a bit too much time, I'd say, in the past with Evil because he was selling me an idea that wasn't real. You know what I mean? But in general, this is just my entertainment. You know what I mean? It's just something to add to my other stuff that I watch. And to be honest, my entertainment at the moment, it was Fatal Vision. It was like, would you watch anything uplifting the rest of the time? And I do watch some things, and I thought about it, and I was like, actually, no, because what I'm following at the moment is the Lucy Letby shit. I'm still following it, and it's like, it's kind of controversial, but she's definitely done it. I think she's definitely done it. But like, there's loads. Do you know anything about the Lucy Letby stuff, Avol? Have you seen any of that? That's really interesting. And so I like, you know, that's my downtime when I'm not doing stuff, or I'm doing stuff with my kids. You know what I mean? Like, we're doing little things. We were making things to do with a game called My Singing Monsters. So that's, you know, stuff like that. So this is just one of many things, and it's like, it's a little shot, and it's there just to be taken. You know, it's very easy to. I think we've all put the work in. The work's been done now. I may as well just take the fruits from it. Why are you telling me to back off from it now? I've gone through all the fucking shit. Now I'm going to get the fruits. And now you're like, oh no, you're not interested in this. No. What is it? Because you want it all. It's not going to be of any use to you guys. You're not going to want the fruit that I want. It's not going to taste very nice to you. But you still don't want anyone else to have it. You don't want me to have it because you don't want me to threaten you by tasting a beautiful fruit that you can't taste. The Psychology of Brazilian Drunk Men on the Internet. Yeah, interesting. I'd read that. I'm not pretending I'm doing a psychological study though, mate. You're taking it like that. I've said this. How many times can I say I'm just some knobhead on the internet who's playing videos off the internet? If I thought I was doing a psychological study, do you think I'd just be like, oh, here's a video I was watching earlier? I think I would be... do you think I might be like showing off a bit more? So you're all just, not all of you, but you, Volp, and someone like fucking Curia, you can't see past the end of your nose, can you? You can't see past this world of one-upmanship. And it's freeing looking outside of it. It really is. It's like, I don't have to answer to anybody apart from myself. I don't have to, my own satisfaction. I get to choose my own level of satisfaction. I get to choose what's right for me. This place, what's left of it, still is quite free. So I can still do what's right for me. And whether the thing that's freeing about it is because I'm going to get hated either way. You know, and I think Red Bull can attest to that one. You're going to get hated either way, so just do what you want. It doesn't matter. So I'm not trying to show off to anyone. I don't have to change my personality like Evil does. I don't have to change my personality. So for 2 years, for the benefit of Dean TV, I think, he was pretending to be fucking White Knight of the world. And then lately, because of Ricardo, he's now pretending to be the woman-hating dickhead of the world. It's crazy. Well, it looks like you're angling for something. You can't leave me alone, can you? That's the thing. Yeah, I couldn't give two shits. And no, I don't. I mean, I've heard that that's a one that they keep going on about. But again, it's not something I've really paid much attention to because it's blatantly untrue and there's no evidence to back it up. They don't prove anything. They don't have their evidence. They contradict themselves constantly. They're saying, oh, she's PSG. while he's kissing up to buttocks. She's PSG while saying I'm desperate to get back in with them for some reason. I don't see where you get that from. And I've had no indication, but then I don't watch any of that shit, which is why I'm gonna get around to it. I'm gonna get around to watching that shit. I am, I promise. Just that one from the other night. I wouldn't want to go back to there. Oh my god! And it's like this is my thing. This is just Ricardo shit. This is just the stuff that off his script, off his fucking market stall shouting bullshit. 3 punnets for £1. 3 punnets for £1. Come and get your hot dogs. Come and get your black bin bags. 3 fucking bags for £1. Come on. Come and buy your dishcloths from me. Cheap dishcloths, 10 for £1. Like, you know, it's just that. Fucking the Herbie Derbies. CB wants to be in the Herbie Derbies. 10 for £1. Come on. Like, who cares? I can give 2 shits. Think people would ever accept me. Look at these questions. Like, go back to your teenage girl fucking magazine quiz. What type of fucking cook are you? Quiz. You need to get laid, CPA. Yeah, maybe I do. Maybe I don't. It's not as long ago as they thought it was, but to be honest, not right bothered at the moment. Gonna study drunk guys, study the nice ones at a local pub who will take you home. Been there, done that, not right bothered. Finds 3D printing cans right now, exactly. Oh mate, he's getting them in for the winter here. Stashing them up for the winter. He's got Cuya on it now. What happened to Doshin? Where's Doshin? Where's the fucking roving reporter? Why's Cuya on the fucking job? He's getting them all in, isn't he? Oh, they're all pulling out the stops for old Ricardo. He's like the old granddad, isn't he, out of fucking Willy Wonka? You know, the one that's in the bed. Is it the granddad? Yeah, the granddad in the bed, and he has to go and he brings in the fucking chocolate bar, and he's like, "Here, granddad, here, have this chocolate bar. I brought it especially for you. I saved up all my money, and here you go. Can I have a piece?" Oh, look at this! It was a joke. It was funny as fuck. Oh my god, look at this. Look at this. Clutching at straws, mate. Clutching at your pearls. Stupid window picture, can't picture. Would you have done it if you had a deep breath like 10 seconds? Yeah, I would have done that. Yeah, of course I would have done it. It was hilarious because it was. Oh, Q, I really did think more of you than this. I'm hoping that you are just trying to assume a position, a Ron-like position. Is that really your understanding of that? You don't get that. I don't believe you that you don't see why I did that. You don't see. I thought that was funny as fuck. And of course, if you've got a problem with it, then why? It's not. I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules, Nightbot. If you want to get me done for bullying, then why don't you do me for bullying? Because I don't think you're going to find anything to get me on, are you? That's the thing, isn't it? Like I said to Dean about the joke about when people were saying about ringing the kids' school, it's the same thing, isn't it? It's like, well, if you've got nothing to be embarrassed about, then it doesn't matter, does it? If you're not actually going in on and attacking someone repeatedly with completely no humour, then you won't get got, will you? It's not me who makes the rules. And what I was thinking was, I'm on stream right now. This is going to wind him the fuck up. It's hilarious. And he's literally right. There is an element of something there as well, is that no one's ever really depicted anyone's death before. I know it's a joke and all that, but no one has ever. And he put a bit of effort into that as well, didn't he? He put a bit of effort. And it just highlighted to me the childish nature of the whole thing. And so I responded in the childish nature that it was put across. So I'm ever so sorry that your childish bullshit was met with more childish jokery that you cried about. But maybe if you didn't harass me constantly and say that you're not attacking me and that it's all in my mind and I'm crazy, when there's many witnesses and lots of stuff in black and white to prove otherwise. So you're just showing how much of a gaslighting fucker you are. No, because I've you don't think I've been laid in all this time? You'd be in error there. But if that's what you want to, if you again more projection, I think that might be you, Volt. It's just that I'm just not bothered. It's not like the option. I ain't got options, but it's just I'm just not bothered, mate. I'm really not. I've got my own life to lead, and I don't need someone coming in and interrupting that right now. Stupid. Do you think you when you struck Ricardo's channel? That's stupid. Chipmunk his cans out his mouth. In it, full on. How do you know that's even Curia? Oh, give over, Volp. It is. Volp love, it is. It's 100% Curia, that. It's already been. All fair questions. Why are you going unhinged on us right now? Unhinged? Again, pushing it. I'm not unhinged. I've come on here, putting some Sam Vaknin on, and having a reaction stream to one of your millions of fucking streams on me. When you fucking gaslighting again. You're trying to push me to say I'm unhinged. No, I'm not. I'm having a beer and a chat and a bit of a rant. Why don't you ask Ricardo? Ask Ricardo. Why are you going unhinged? It ain't real life, dog. I'm just having a bit of an afternoon. Sat having a beer. I've not done this for donkey's years. And all this time, you guys have been tying up this and trying to put this on, the shine on that, and the black cloud on this, telling that person not to deal with my mental health problems, and all the rest of your bullshit. And I'm just like, oh, fuck it. Eventually, when I've got some time, you're banking on the fact you're calibrating to me when my kid was off school. And I knew that when my kid went back to school, I'd have a little bit more time. And you'd be sad then, wouldn't you? You'd be very sad. So that's what's happening. Well, here we are. So what about you, Volt? When was the last time you got laid? I could go and do that whenever I wanted, but I don't particularly want to right now. Thank you very much. And really, it's got nothing to do with this. And again, it's projection, because who are the ones? I've been out and about doing shit. And I could lie to you and say I was fucking people up and down all night last night. I could do. But why would I? When I'm literally just telling you the truth. I can't be arsed at the moment. I'm in a phase at the moment where I can't be arsed. But it's not like the option isn't there. Just that's why I brought it up, to say to Angela the other day, just like, let's not harp on this one unless you want to go round and round on an empty subject for ages, because it's actually a different position like that than that. Probably Kingsley, not Curia. No way, Volp. Do you know why? Because Kingsley is not. That's offensive to Curia. I'll defend Curia on that one. It's blatantly not Kingsley. When it comes to Kingsley, he is just the biggest sycophant you've ever come across. There is no intelligence. It is Talented Mr. Ripley. Have you ever seen Talented Mr. Ripley? It is just that. It's like a robotic script, and it is just hell-bent on it. And I think, he is goal-orientated. I don't know what his goals are, but he is, and it's hell-bent on some fucking goal or other. He's something else. He is something else, him. And he's no Huey is no fucking Captain M. Okay, well, it might not be, but that is not Captain N. Oh, is that you then, Cyan? Yeah. No. Well, that's fair enough. So who is that then who wants to come on the fucking panel and talk about it then, if it's not Curia? I think it is. Because it ain't Ricardo, is it? And it ain't, sure as hell ain't fucking evil. So who is it then? There's only them. There's only Curia left. Right. Okay, so your thing is just to derail me then. I will block you if you keep trying to put this fucking narrative about. What is this? You were the ones, you've admitted it. You were the ones who said that you blocked everybody on my channel. And you just drawing attention to the fact that you're just a cheap bastard and you're just trying to derail me from actually doing the thing that I want to do, and I don't give a shit about what you guys think of that. But I am interested in your level of gaslighting. So, can you describe how much pain, humiliation, harassment that stupid picture caused to me? None whatsoever, except for the fact.
And your words?
That.
Your words?
He is bringing down standards of the entire community to the point where we never ever had death threats like that before. We never had a horde of jackals pretending that I'm the crazy person because someone is drawing obsessive stick pictures of me being killed. Like a little baby, like a little child. So I responded in kind. I happened to be on a stream at the time and I had a laugh with my friend because it ain't real life, dog, and I thought it was fucking hilarious. And he was depicting he broke the rules. I don't make the rules. Well, whoever that fucking Judge Judy character is, the obsessive, you'd be surprised. You would be surprised. I don't know, mate. There's been certain things which have added up to me, which have made me think that is Siam, big time. Over the course of a long time, then something else came up recently. Someone else came and told me about it, and it kind of added up. So I would not be surprised if that ain't Siam. Plus, there's only about 12 of us here. This is what you try and pretend to everybody that there's like so many people, all these new people. Like the time when fucking Lima turned up, was it at Ricardo's or at Evil's, right? And you heard it in their voices, and they really did think, oh, here comes a new one. We can replace CPE now. She knows too much. We can get the new one in. And it was hilarious because when I told Evil and I was just laughing about it, he was like, I understand. And it was just so funny. And I was just like, you do realise that's one of my mates, don't you? And it just took him a second for the penny to drop, and he was like, "Oh yeah," and it was just like there was a moment of sheepishness, and then he just like went along with it. But it was just so funny. Those guys just overvalue their contributions so much that they think that there's fresh meat coming past their doorway all the fucking time. They're so fucking interesting. All the ladies from the UK just gonna come and just literally just pop in to say hello, and it's got nothing to do with me. So they'll just be like, they were like chatting her up and all sorts of fucking shit. And they didn't even mention me while it was happening. And I was just sat there in the fucking DMs with Lima. And it wasn't all organised or anything. It was just a case of like, I was like, oh, you go first. It'd be really funny just to joke with them. And then I saw their reaction. I was like, I'll just hold back a minute. This is hilarious. And me and Lima were just taking the fucking piss. And all that time, those guys are like trying to play the game and pull the shit. And then even then afterwards, when I addressed it with Evil, and not even a bad way, I was just like, "Oh, that was funny, weren't it, overnight? I can't believe you guys didn't realise that was my friend, as if another girl from the UK is going to come." And it was just, he was still not able to just be on the level with me about it and just have a joke. But bearing in mind, we've been split up for ages, so there was no expectation, there was no shit or everything. It was just fucking hilarious. But even then, there was that level of like having to hide behind a facade, having to make the best of it, having to dress it up, having to hide and just be quick up the mark and just a couple of steps ahead, like Kuya is here or whoever that person is pertaining to be in there, who's stirring shit, very similar to how Kuya stirs shit. Very similar. And I wouldn't say that was Captain N at all. Because he's too heavy-handed, far too heavy-handed. He wouldn't be able to keep this conversation going for so long. You know what, blah, 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 what achieving with this relay? Nothing really, like I say, what I want to achieve, which is my afternoon. of entertainment. Eventually, I'm going to get to reacting to that video. I wanted to watch. I had it down. What I wanted to do. I said it at the beginning of the stream. It's not my fault that you weren't here for it. Yeah, I wanted to watch this sandbagning. I wanted to have this in mind while we have a look at the Ricardo stuff. I wanted to analyse some of the Brownie emotion of some of the stuff and why people choose to do what they do. Look at some of the lies, look at some of the cheapness, look at some of the crying, have a laugh. What are you achieving? What are you achieving? Why are you on? You seem like you're on some sort of job or other here. You seem to always be on a job. You're always in a chat and you're always pushing a narrative. I'm just in my own place, having a one-off stream once in a while, reacting to a massive pile of shit. I can pick whatever I want off this pile of shit. There's millions of them. Whatever I want for today. What does it happen to be? There's millions. So, I'm allowed to pick whatever I want because it's all got my name on it. So why are you crying because I'm responding to your messages that you're giving? You're like enabling that little fucking fanny to send those messages to me. Now you're crying when I respond to them. There's a bit of gaslight in there. Keep proudly striking people. No, keep taking the piss, and I will openly take the piss out of someone who is openly threatening my life and taking the piss. If they were, and by the way, let's just be right. Ask Evil about that, because my last conversation pretty much with Evil, apart from the one where he was crying about Ricardo for hours, was the one where it was pretty transactional. It got to the point where it was pretty transactional, and he would only message me at that time when he wanted something, or he wanted to check something. He wanted to make sure that checking I was all right, checking I was still under the thumb, checking that everything was all right in the Herbies and this, that, and the other. And I was doing my job, and we were an effective team and all that. So it was like that. And you know what? I didn't expect any more from him. There was a bit of interaction, a bit of open interaction. I expected honesty, because I thought we generated that over the years, the time that we had and the stuff that we've been through. So there was an expectation there, but that was a precedent that we both set. And then I expected as well to be confronted if he needed to confront me, and not just harbour on something or go and slag me off to other people or whatever, which is what he did in the end, because he's a little bitch. But I just expected to be able to exist in the space with him and our mutual friends, and occasionally create stuff together. And if there were any massive changes regarding the state of play when it came to the altercations with the other side, that I would be kept in the loop with everybody else. And he already apologised for the fact that if that had been adhered to, just a little bit of a heads up, then everything would have been differently on that score. But that's not what he wanted. He apologised for that. But he actually, in my opinion, he wanted to cause a ruction there. I don't think he expected it to go off like it did, but he wanted to maybe at least reinforce his pecking order on me and take control back, because he saw that I wanted to make friends with Lewis, and so he started fucking shit up with Albert out of nowhere. Why did I bring that up? I can't remember. Oh yeah, so apart from that, the only real conversation we ever really had, we had occasional chats and stuff when we would be on the Discord, and we'd all be playing stuff like with Mike, and they were nice times, and we're still having those nice times with everybody, and we do still occasionally have nice chats and stuff. But it was mainly transactional. If he wanted to get in touch with me, he wanted to message me, or he wanted to instigate any sort of communication with me, and it was instigated by him, then it would be transactional. And so it got to a point where pretty much the last conversation where he kept on messaging me and being part of that. And bear in mind, I was the crazy ex-girlfriend. I was the one harassing them all the time, and they couldn't get rid of me. This guy was messaging me constantly to tell me of all the things that Dean had been mentioning me. And I think at the time I'd not been around so much. And he kept saying, oh, look, have you seen this mention from Dean? Have you seen this? And have you seen that? And this guy's been talking about you and doing this. And I was just like, no, I haven't seen any of that shit. I don't even watch any of that. I don't even look at my mentions. And he was like, oh, we need to look through it. And we did look through it. He made me look through it. And he was like, make sure you report him, make sure you do that, make sure you report him. He showed me all the ways to do it, make sure you do it. He kept messaging me all the time and always to push it to get me to report him. And that was about like actual serious stuff and an actual campaign of reporting constantly, not openly on a stream when someone is joking with your what's it, quotation marks, jokingly made a childish picture. So I've jokingly reported that he's made this childish picture about my death on YouTube. And that is my joke in response. And it was fucking hilarious. So stick that one in your pipe and smoke it. She's so scared of Ricardo that she can't function properly after he told her what he thinks. Who did show you how to report? It was Evil. Again, you're sticking with your taglines here. Scared of Ricardo that she cannot function properly after he told her what he thinks. Well, for a start, I haven't even seen it yet. That's how much I do give a shit. I do actually, I'm interested. Do you know what I mean? But I'm not like, oh, it stopped me from functioning. How can you even say that? I've not even been here for 2 days because I've been functioning. While you've been doing this. While you make a job out of this. What are you getting out of this? I'm having my right to reply, which I think I'm entitled to after all the time that you've spent doing this as your job for some reason. But where's your satisfaction? What are you getting out of this? You weirdos, you creeps, just creeps, absolute creeps. Yeah, so you're gonna cry because I did that. Well, that's fine. I'll keep crying because I'll keep doing it, and I'm not proudly striking anybody. You can go right ahead and go right back at me with the bullying if you like, because I ain't bullying nobody, and you know it. I don't have to fucking sink that low, do I? Pound false copy strike. False copy striker. Where's that come from? Oh, look at this. So who is this then? Is this Nelda pretending to be Curia? My word. Someone pushing it. I don't think Curia would go that far, would they? Curia wouldn't go that far to say proud false copy striker. That's a lie. That is a full out and out lie. Now I don't think Curia. He does do the lies, but they're a little bit more. He might have done. He might be going a little bit cruder just to try and distract from who he is. They knew they don't want to be your friend. So having not heard anything that I've said for the last bit, which is I'm clearly here on my own, doing my own shit, which you have a problem with because you can't get your head around something a bit different. If you keep spamming, then you will be timed out. Who teach you how to do it? Can you repeat that on record again, please? It was Evil who said to me, as one of the last conversations, he was showing me how to report Dean. Because Dean had been doing something, there was something that they'd done which they went over the top and they said something and he was like, we can get him on this. So he was like on me like a fucking rash out of the blue. All of a sudden he's talking to me to try and get me to report Dean. And he was saying, oh, this is how you do that and make sure you do this and make sure you write this in this way. So that was that. And it was just part of the course, wasn't it? He was taking down his. And do you know what? I was at that point, I was pretty disengaging with everything, and I was stepping away a little bit. I mean, that in itself of Evil was just on my case all the time with that, and I just kind of was a bit like, it's a bit, it was a bit like on top after he just ghosted me and done all that stuff. So I just was a bit like, all right, here you are, constantly getting me to do that. I think I looked at it once. I think I might have reported one of them. But then it was just like, it was only because he was pestering me to do so. Oh, that was it. They were telling him to kill himself, I think, again, or something like that. Yeah, and so he wanted it reporting. And then there was stuff to do with me as well. He wanted it all reporting. So it was just the way they were fighting. And to be honest, I didn't. And it wasn't because I chose not to do it. And I was like, oh, I'm not doing it, because I was saying, oh yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, I'll do that when I get a chance. Oh yeah, I'll make sure I do that, and I will do it. And I was saying that. But you know what I'm like. I was busy, and it was a big job to go through all that stuff. I didn't really want to look through all my fucking mentions. He did actually go through them with me at some point, even though I didn't really want to do it, because it was someone who was obsessed with me, and they were in real life dog, and I wasn't bothered about all that side of things. All the rest of it I was dealing with in my own stuff, but I didn't have the time or the energy to go into the mentions of shit, into everyone mentioning me and stuff, and some of the stuff that they were saying wasn't very nice, so I just left it. But yeah, Evil was insistent that I looked at it, and insistent that I reported it, and insistent that I reported the stuff to do with him. So keep crying about that, because I was just under the impression that these are just the jokes that you guys are playing. So I will openly, if there's a fucking joke picture, I will do a joke response with a fucking report to see if it'd go through. I mean, how much shit have those guys been throwing at me? And I've said that about that, and it fucking worked. Can you believe it? All the times I fucking reported Dean for all the things he said about me and my child and all that shit, and that's the one that goes through. That's hilarious. Fucking idiots. Anyone else? They wouldn't have to explain that joke because it's all in real life, dog. So, what about the picture in the first place? What about the childish picture of someone like threatening to kill a woman? What the fuck is that all about? Anyway, I've rolled another spliff, so you can have the last bit of the Sam Backnin, and then we'll go on to these idiots, if I can be asked.
Are slings and arrows that the narcissist uses to inflict pain on you, damage, to control your behavior, to own
No.
you, to
What?
manipulate.
Have you seen this? What? So because I've said that Evil was the one who taught me how to fucking report, you're now interpreting that as, so look at this for spam and misleading. I'll report you, young man. I'll report you. So you were together with the people who've been false flagging and striking every one of Ricardo's videos. Do you know what the computer thinks about people who does what you are doing? What? Because oh my God, I've just said that I did that on the screen. Well, because no, it's not a simple question though, is it? Because you're putting, so you are together. That's not a question, is it? That's a statement. Get it right. You should be saying, so are you together? In fact, shall we remove that? I don't know how to take that. I know, nobody cares. Because that's just misinformation, isn't it? I'm not. As simple as that. That's a simple answer to your simple question, is that there's nowhere in my discussion has there been anything to indicate that I've done any false flagging of any sort. So you can spin this narrative as much as you want just because I had a joke on a screen openly. Not like you guys in the private. Like I said, I invite you to do so. Not the false flagging, because that's different, isn't it? That's an exploit, and that's bullshit, and that's just absolute bullshit. And you know I've got no time for that. But a righteous thing about bullying, if you think I'm bullying you, please do. But if you are bullying me, then it's not me who makes the rules up, is it? You know? And it's surprising, isn't it, that after all those times when Dean had given me all that shit, and there was loads of times when I fucking reported him for his harassment and all that shit back in the day, early on, when I thought it mattered and could do something about it, and nothing ever came of any of it. But that one, that did. So that's hilarious. then that's more funny to me than you crying and trying to make your lies up about false flagging, which you know for a fact I've not done. And there's nothing in this chat, and there's nothing on this fucking stream or any of my past experiences, any of my streams, any of my videos, or any of my actions to indicate that. So stop spinning and weaving your yarns. Well, you can carry on because it's just showing your desperation. I know. Oh my God. I'm going for a smoke anyway. It really is. It's just so frustrating. My God. Like talking to a fucking brick wall. Sorry, I was leaving you just with a plain Sam Vatnin. I think I might finish before I finish, but we'll see.
You should consider your relationship with the narcissist as an interrogation in a police station. The police are never your friend. They're out to get you. They're out to frame you. They're out to put you behind bars. This is the only form of relationship with a narcissist. He is a captive and hostage of his own dynamic, and he takes you along for the ride. He inducts you into this merry-go-round roller coaster over which he has no control whatsoever.
Jackie's home haircuts are legendary. All the kids got the same lopsided bowl cut. The grandkids will do anything to avoid Jackie's kitchen scissors. Unfortunately, her husband Malcolm can't escape that easily. But Jackie will be remembered for even more than her wonky snips. She'll also be remembered for making a difference, and she's left a gift in her will to a favourite charity. Find out how you can make a difference at rememberacharity.org.uk.
There exists a world of 1,000 holidays, where one can relax while another plays, where you can soak it up, soar to space and beyond. It's a special place where everyone's invited, a futuristic, wild, relaxing, magical destination. Altogether, it has to be Walt Disney World.
Book selected packages by the 7th of November and enjoy free dining and drinks and save £100 per booking. Book now at disneypackages.co.uk.
One last comment to the clinicians among you. Even when the narcissist engages in emphatic communication intended to serve social purposes,
It ain't real life, dog.
cohesion signals social communication.
What the
Even
hell?
when
I'm
the
behind the
narcissist engages
scenes.
in emphatic communication, which is
Oh, yeah, I'm smoking, so I
really
can't
manipulated. It is simulated. And on many occasions, the narcissist devolves into, for lack of other words, can only be described as palilalia or echolalia, or even a schizophrenic word salad. There seems to be a problem, an underlying, substantial, constitutional problem, structural problem with the narcissist communication. It may have to do with the fact that the narcissist's development, personal growth, has been disrupted in early childhood when communication skills are acquired and paired with language acquisition. It may be something else. Maybe the narcissist paranoia, maybe the narcissist grandiosity, the fantasy itself, the fantasy defense. It's not clear at this stage. There are almost no studies on this topic. But narcissism comprises a communication disorder, clearly. And the narcissist's inability to actually listen to another person, incorporate that other person's suggestions, insights, inputs, decipher cues and signals accurately. All this is extremely reminiscent of autism spectrum disorder. It may be that the narcissist's inability to communicate efficaciously has to do with some residue of autism in all narcissists. I'm not quite sure because there's no literature to go on. No studies have been conducted. But the narcissist's communication style, the narcissist's incomprehension of verbal and non-verbal communication. The narcissist, out of the blue, utterly sometimes demented responses. The narcissist focus on an internal dialogue rather than an external one. The narcissist's affinity to some communication styles in psychotic disorder. All these are indicative that in narcissism, communication is a fundamental problem, not a side effect, and not something to be ignored. One could even argue that the narcissist's failure to communicate has contributed or does contribute to the formation of pathological narcissism as a kind of compensatory reaction. Something for you, PhD candidates, to consider in your dissertation. There's this ego ideal, there's this is the way I should be, this is the way I want to be, this is my aspiration and dreams, and then there's the failure constant.
I suppose I'll leave this one going for a
ubiquitous,
minute.
and of course,
I didn't know that it was
the normal
consultations.
to failure. From time to time, the covert psychopath pendulates, oscillates between a secondary state and a primary state. That's why I opened this disquisition by suggesting that the covert psychopath is a combination of primary factor 1 and secondary factor 2 psychopath. For example, covert psychopaths sometimes become impulsive. They lack impulse control in these situations. Now, these situations, luckily for us, are limited in time and they are rare. In the vast majority, in the overwhelming majority of the life of the covert psychopath, he's in control. He's in self-control. He's not impulsive. But there are these bursts. There are these moments similar to the borderline. The borderline has this state of decompensation, and then she acts out. She becomes a secondary psychopath. She becomes aggressive or violent or promiscuous or reckless or defiant. Same thing happens with covert psychopath. Covert psychopath suffers in silence, is patient. It's an act. He's play acting. He's never himself. Covert psychopathy is an extreme form of self-denial. And of course, this generates or engenders a lot of internalized aggression and resentment. And sometimes the volcano erupts. And then we have episodes of impulsivity and the rationalization of reactance, defiance, in your face, contumaciousness, hatred, and rejection of authority. And then the covert psychopath is indistinguishable from the primary psychopath. And exactly like the primary psychopath, the covert psychopath has a low threshold of boredom, low tolerance for boredom. He cannot tolerate boredom. And while the covert psychopath internalizes aggression, which might explain the depressive state, the background depression, and as I said, in certain cases, certain moments in time, certain circumstances, certain environments, the covert psychopath becomes a primary psychopath, and then he externalizes aggression. But the difference between the primary psychopath and the covert psychopath is a difference of etiology. Whereas the primary psychopath externalizes aggression because aggression is the number one determinant of psychopathy. Aggression is who the primary psychopath is. The covert psychopath externalizes aggression because aggression is the flip side of frustration. Dallard in 1939 taught us that frustration is convertible into aggression, often becomes aggression. This is the etiology and the mechanism at work in covert psychopathy. The covert psychopathy does not include any features of borderline. So there's no affinity between the covert psychopath and the borderline, or even the covert borderline. There's no suicidal ideation. And if there is aggression that is externalized, then others suffer the consequences. It's very rare for the internalized aggression in covert psychopathy to drive the covert psychopath to self-annihilation, or even self-defeat or self-destructiveness. We'll come to it a bit later. The covert psychopath is hypochondriac and has addictive behavior, substance abuse, alcohol use and abuse, etc., etc. He's an addict, a typical addict. And he's hypochondriac in the sense that he's very worried about his health, body, looming death, aging, and so on and so forth. So that is the exact opposite of suicidal ideation. It's the exact opposite of self-negation. It's the exact opposite of self-destructiveness. And indeed, the covert psychopath is none of these things. The covert psychopath has no dissociative self-states, and no dissociation, no memory gap. His memory is continuous, it's perfect, both short-term and long-term memory, both episodic and semantic memory. There are no memory disturbances in covert psychopathy. There's no selective attention, no confabulation, no repression, no denial, well, abnormal repression and denial, and none of the things that are very, very typical of borderline and to a lesser extent of narcissism. The covert psychopath has a protector self-state, exactly like the borderline. The borderline's protector self-state is a secondary psychopath. The covert psychopath's protector self-state is a primary psychopath. A protector self-state is a self-state that takes over when there is a perception of imminent or environmental threat. That's why it's called a protector state. And everyone is a protector state, by the way, including healthy people. In the case of the covert psychopath, that is a primary, the protector state is a primary psychopath. So this kind of person, basically a facade, a walking, talking, breathing, living facade. Behind the facade, exactly like in the case of the narcissist, there's nothing much except frustration and aggression and pretension, and there's nothing much there. And so, how would that affect the covert psychopath's interpersonal relationship? First, it's important to understand that the covert psychopath entertains paranoid ideation. He's subjected to paranoid ideation. And the reason that he is immersed, drowning, I would say, in paranoid ideation is a discrepancy between the factor 1 component and the factor 2 component of the covert psychopath's psychopathy. The covert psychopath realizes that the primary psychopath in him or in her can take over and then drive the covert psychopath to act in ways which are dangerous to the covert psychopath, self-destructive, self-defeating, and could have extreme adverse consequences, such as, for example, incarceration or worse. The paranoia or the paranoid ideation in the case of a covert psychopath is therefore inward directed, internalized. It's as if the covert psychopath perceives himself as some kind of volcano or fault line. And it's as if the covert psychopath is a seismograph, and he anticipates fully an earthquake or a volcanic eruption. He knows that something really, really bad is going to happen. So, in other words, the paranoid ideation of the covert psychopath is essentially a form of catastrophizing. This is the background when the covert psychopath approaches other people in order to have any kind of relationship, intimate, romantic relationship, intimate friendship, workplace relationship, any kind of interaction, any kind of interpersonal exchange or intercourse, forgive the pun, is kind of painted with this white brush of paranoid ideation. It's imbued with paranoid ideation. The covert psychopath approaches people from a position of hypervigilance. And so he can never have a really deep, really intimate relationship, because that would require the exposure of vulnerability. And so he ends up having numerous but shallow relationships. The covert psychopath's attachment style is avoidant dismissive or dismissive avoidant. There's no real bonding. There's no commitment, no investment. He goes through parentatory and perfunctory stable pseudo relationships and many unstable ones. So regardless of the stability and the longevity and the alleged ostensible profundity of the relationship, these relationships are always peremptory and perfunctory, pretend, fake, facade, ersatz, as we say in German. The reason the covert psychopaths' relationships are pseudo relationships, not really imitations of the real thing, of echt relationship. The reason is not because he is incapable of empathizing or understanding people.
I should have read the reviews. Always read the reviews. I just want broadband I can rely on. And what's up with them changing the price in the middle of the contract? I thought I was getting a good deal. Lizzie?
Lizzie, don't be distracted by your broadband. Switch to hyper optic for the freedom to forget. Hyper optic, we're in your corner, even during your big moments. Stupendous moves, Lizzie.
Unlike the narcissist.
Well, we'll see, won't we? We'll see.
Very good brush for people.
But to be honest, mate, it doesn't matter. It does, as I've said, I'm out on my own. I don't expect anything from anybody. And you, just because you've got your little donkeys and they have to answer to you and they have to do everything that you do, they have to fucking, all their thought processes have to be controlled by you. I can't even have a stream without you coming on and dictating that nothing that I say is true because you're not on the panel. I couldn't give two shits about if people are clowning on me, mate. It's if people are spending months and months and months attacking me and then pretending that I'm crazy for acknowledging it. Even Lima trying to back off you on that last one with Hayat. You have no idea. Oh my God, if only I could even be asked to explain how ignorant you're being there. But I just can't even be asked to acknowledge, oh right, it's you, right, in that case. You are going. You have no idea. And I just can't be asked. You know what I mean? I don't need to explain that to you. You know what I mean? So I'm not even going to bother. Look at you, keep trying. What else have you got? So you're picking on me mates. Picking on all my mates. This is just clowning, this, right? This is just clowning. This is you trying to help and no one attacking. And just, so now you're going to say that everybody's against me now. Everyone's against me. But I'm not allowed to say anything because I'm the crazy one. I'm the crazy ex-girlfriend. I'm the crazy ex-girlfriend here. Have you looked at these chat messages? He's now going down my, you know what I mean? It's like going down your friends list. and getting involved in conversations which have got nothing to do with you. That psycho ex-girlfriend shit. You was apologising to Lima on the last one. Yeah, I was apologising to Lima on this one because I wasn't letting her talk. But you don't know. You just don't know. You have no idea what's going on at all. It's funny that you're wearing the Volp avatar because you are acting like this. You have no idea. No, mate. You keep thinking that. Go on, then you calibrate to that one. That'll suit me nicely. Because that's the thing, isn't it, with all you guys, is you try and get in between people's mates. That's all you do, and that's where I'm about. Well, that's where the trolling is, and it's not trolling. It's just bullshit. Just pure bullshit. Oh my god, I've been going 3 hours. I don't know if I can face this now. After 3 hours of that, I might just have a little break. No friends, no views, no sun. Wow. Who are you talking about? Try and get in between. Sorry, Liam talked about those guys a whole way. No, you are though. You are just trying to operate on anything you can because, yeah, that is just completely fabricated as well. And as I've said before, I've got the strength of being in my own truth, and you're talking about my life and my mates as if you know. And so keep going because it doesn't have any relevance on reality, does it? So it's not going to hit anywhere or hit any nerves or anything because you're just way off the mark. So it's just interesting to see how you're going down the list whilst trying to prove that I'm the psycho here because I'm doing one stream reacting to your bullshit. And you're so scared that you're doing this. You're scared. Why are you putting so much effort in? No friends, new versions. Try and get in between. Yeah, YouTube is always stronger when they're totally on their own. Like, whoa. Choice of the agency. Yeah, well, I'm not. Yeah, but I'm not about being a massive YouTuber or anything. I'm just about just doing what I'm doing. You can't get your head around it, can you? And that's how you manage to pull the strings because you get people. You're like, oh, well, I'll do this for you. I'll broker you this deal, and if you do this, you'll be a bigger YouTuber and you'll get this. Like, go after bigger channels. Off used to say to me, and it go after bigger channels. I'm not here for that. I'm not bothered. Not bothered about going after bigger channels. Just here to watch. That's it. I do 1 3-hour stream where I'm just sat here having a beer for the first time. Oh my god, you are so obsessed, whoever you are. This has got to be Nelda as well, surely. Oh, is this Curia? My god, if this is Curia, then fucking hell, Curia, what have I done to you to get you so het up like this? You've been here for 3 hours though, trying to prevent me from doing this, what I'm doing. I was happy to do this to no viewers. I was doing it at 12:30 this afternoon because I was like, no one's going to be around. It doesn't fucking matter. Quite happy just doing my own shit. No, it's not always Q. That's what I'm wondering. I don't think this is, but you see, he's the only one who I knew had an Evolve alt, you see. But I'm thinking it's too cheap. This is far too cheap. Although some of it is good. So I was thinking that some of it was Q, but it's just too psycho. The Nightbot one I thought might have been Curia. But again, you start showing your ass. This one. I don't know who you are. I think it might be Curia. But he's pretending to be a bit cheaper to make out that he's not. I think he's just messing about. Oh, maybe not. This is like a child. Answers in the comments, please. Who do we think this childish account is? The only one who has an Evolve account. Wow, you're already informed. Like, that's a gotcha. Do you know what I mean? That's how they're seeing that. That's a gotcha. So they've got one over on me. Do you know what I mean? On that level. So we're dealing with someone who works on this level. So that does strike out Curia, but it also makes me think that it could. No, I think that does strike out Curia. But I've seen Curia operate nearly as cheaply and childishly as this when threatened. And I don't see a real threat to him where he'd have to act in any way unless there's something in this stream that he really doesn't want me to show. But yeah, we're talking about someone who doesn't see beyond the thing about the A vault, and that makes me uninformed. So that tells me a bit. Whoever it is, it's someone who's got a vested interest in maintaining their narrative, which means that it's someone who's not a hanger-on because they just wouldn't have this amount of energy. It's got to be an elder because no one else spams a chat like this. Apart from Q, he can do that. He can spam a chat if he wants to sometimes. So you don't try to figure out who the alts are, you go crazy. And ladies and gentlemen, CP is a living example of going crazy from it. No, not really. I'm just sat here wondering about it because that's what's in front of me right now. Just like if I was watching some birds, I'd be like, I wonder what species of bird that is. It's the same. It depends on, as I think the poison is in the dose with this. Obviously, if that was all I was bothered about, it wasn't just because you happen to be in front of my face right now trying to derail me, then maybe so. I think you're right. I think don't try and figure out, I don't know, what's going on in someone else's past online relationship as a way to try and get yourself some entertainment on the YouTubes 24/7. Because it sends you crazy. Because look at this idiot. This idiot just spamming up my chat completely. I'm just leaving it because it's just an absolutely amazing example. It's someone who is invested massively in their scheme. I wonder if it's one of the new guys who's trying to curry favour. But I don't think so. See, that's the sort of thing. I like to do the thought train, and I don't give a shit whether you like it or not. You know, I'm just thinking about it for myself. I'm the one who've had to deal with these alts. We've all known each other a long time, so it's quite a fun game for me to work it out. As you say, as you've very, very, you've enlightened me by letting me know that many people have alt accounts, and there might be more than one Evolve alt account. But I was just being honest of how my brain went and was like, oh yeah, that alt account, it might be Curia, plus the timing. So we've got someone trying to just generate things literally in this chat to create more arguments from. So coming in saying, you've blocked everyone, the truth will get you banned here. Again, just completely creating shit. But I'll get into what I mean by this in a minute. And then this about trying to figure out who the alts are. So like, you know, like problem, reaction, solution. So constantly waiting the rings, constantly trying to create something. And when they do, then they jump on it, try and make it into something else fake, and then follow it up with this sort of stage whispery, pompous stage whisper stuff of one-upmanship. And it's all very cheap and fake, and it's all been created within a few messages before by that same person. So it loses a lot of its gravity. And unfortunately, unless you've got a streamer like Ricardo who's just going to go, oh yeah, that's great for me, I've got such cheap values that I'll just harp on that for ages and that'll just give me loads of attention, then it's just not going to work. So all you're doing here is showing me, you're just like getting out this one, like, what about this one? What about this one? How about this one? It's like, oh, thank you, I'm very flattered with all your offerings, but you're creating all these things literally out of this chat here right now, which is very nice of you to do so. But it's like, it just shows me that there ain't much that you've got on me, is there? If you're having to create it right here, right now. And that's probably because I've stumped you out on all your other cheap shit, because the light is the light. That's what I was saying about you moaning about me fucking reporting Ricardo's fucking picture. The light's the light, you know. Said I'd be shining the light on fucking dark and bitchy ass shit. He could have done anything else apart from chuck me under a bus, literally depicting my death, and then he might not have got any reaction from me reporting him for it. It was a joke. I didn't expect it to even go down anywhere, to be honest, but it doesn't matter if it did or not. Just, he put it out there, I fucking responded to it. There's many times I don't respond to stuff, and many times I have been the better person, and many times I absolutely bank on it, especially Evil, especially some of the shit he's put out about me. They are banking on it, and they know that I'm a better person because I've got better things to do than be that petty and be that shit. But that one was funny because it was because of the picture, and the fact that you guys can't even get that is what made it funny, is how fucking stupid that picture was, and you're trying to spin it. That it's just beautiful. That's just beautiful in itself. Okay, so this idiot has derailed me for long enough. I reckon I'm going to. Do I trust the horrible co-op person? Oh, yeah, as much as I can. Yeah, I do. As much as I can. As much as you can around here. Trust with what? Do you know what I mean? I don't know. When I say trust, I like him. I don't know if I'd trust him as much as I'd trust a segment of people. I'd trust him a hell of a lot more than I'd trust some people. But trust in this place isn't something that you really want to expect of anyone, is it? But I'd like to think he's not overtly malicious. There may be malice sometimes, but like I'd like to, from my experience with Buttocks, he's not out to ruin people's lives for the sake of it. From what I've seen, you know, just to scratch an itch. I've not seen that with him. Yeah, so I don't know. Is it worth starting that after having that whole chat with this guy who's just fucking whoever this is, who's just worn me out with his circular bullshit? But I don't really want to give him the satisfaction. But maybe I'll just come back in about, I don't know, a couple of hours. I don't know. Okay, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, that's my honest response, is just like, there is no trust, is there, in this place? You can't trust anyone, but I think out of everyone, I prefer to spend time with some people than others, and Buttocks is one of the people I prefer to spend time with. When it came to me being a free agent, when I could just go anywhere and contact anybody, one of the first people I went to see was Buttocks, because I wanted to go to see his streams because I wasn't allowed for so long. Me, PS controller, 100%. I don't even have an Xbox. Oh no. Not bothered about that sort of thing. Yes, PlayStation controller. Oh, speaking of which, I do have a game. Let's have a palette cleanse with my game. My favourite game in the world. I thought we could start a new one. This is my favourite game in the world. I'm not joking. I love this game. Shall I start it? The memorable first paperclip of this universe. Look, one paperclip. 1 clip per second. 0.25 per paperclips. Cole went on Ricardo and Evil chat all over and over kissing bums. Maybe that's how you saw it. I saw some bum kissing. I did see some bum kissing that night, and it wasn't from fucking Buttocks. I saw some giddy kippers getting ever so giddy and getting ever so put about. And I saw Evil not knowing where to fucking put himself. He didn't know what to do. He was seething. He was fucking seething. He weren't kissing no arses that night for a change. Well, apart from Ricardo's, of course. But yes, that was hilarious. I still haven't been fully reacted to that. I was going to react to that one with. Who was I going to react to that one with? With someone? Was it with Lena? Or was it with Vic? I can't remember. I think it might have been Vic, but we didn't get to do it. I think, do you know, to get started on this, it takes ages, I remember. But I love it when it gets to the late. Oh, I love this game so much. So good. The story that it tells is so beautiful. It's better than like all the other ones that are like this, I think. Where it's like, I think you have to get to 100. Is it 100? And then what do I get? Do I get something? Do I not get something? How many do I have to make to get to them? How much? Cost 100. Marketing level 100. Cost is 100. How much have I got? £5.75. I can get auto clippers. Hey, there we are. There we are. I'll just take it slow. Take it slow. There's no rush. No rush. It's not like I have to save the universe or anything. Look at that, look. Already. I'm already in business. I'm already in business. So I'll just take it slow. But yes, I will go in. I will do a bit of reaction because I'm here now and this is my afternoon. I might just have to keep taking breaks and stuff and having smokes and stuff like that. I just don't really want to sink all these hours into it. I do have other things I need to do today as much as I wanted to spend an afternoon doing it. I might be able to put another hour in. It was 3 hours already though, which is way more than any of my other streams I've done recently. Although I think I did quite a long one the other night. But that was a special occasion. Oh, I remember this. I used to buy the wire. Oh, I need to... Should we get another auto clipper? There we go. Oh. Forgot about all this. Huh. Where are we going? Where are we going with this? 24? Because I've got 2 auto clippers. Oh, I should have thought about that, shouldn't I? I should have thought about that. It's been years since I played this game. And when I did play it, it was on the phone. Was it not marketing? Oh, 100. Come on, let's lower it. Got a sale on. Got a sale on. Oh, they're making. Oh. And so on. This is it. But I do love it because when you get to the later bits of this, there's just so much story in it. And it's just this. But in your head, you can imagine the story. And it is fantastic. Maybe I should make some more. I'll get some wire while it's at 15. I shouldn't really. I want to get me. Sorry. Worst move is no move. Oh gosh. Yeah, sorry for the boringness. But, you know, I've just had that for ages off that fucking idiot, whoever that was. Whoever they are, they're very invested. Very invested in it. And you've got to wonder why that is. None of these people were in a relationship with me. None of these people should be scorned in any way. But for some reason, they do this. They go to this level, this length. This is like the first proper stream I've done reacting to it. I did one hour stream where I just couldn't even get going with it. I think I did a couple of those, and then the other ones were just chatting, and there was one where I reacted to the Albert video that I couldn't even watch because I was too young and all the rest of it. It's going to take me ages to get $100. I'm probably doing this really wrong. Wow. Cool. Look at this, I'm making loads. We're down to 9p. And they're still coming, still making. This isn't a bad pace. How much wire have I even got? I'll keep buying it. All right, yeah. 15, I'm at 15. Come on. Oh, oh my God. Oh, you clippers. 5 per second. Right. That's not bad. Oh, look how many I've only made 800 paper clips. Oh, look at that. Right at the beginning, I love that first paper clip, the first one that you click. The legendary paper clip. When I first played this game, I got so into it. I went and got some paperclip earrings. Love it. Where am I at? 97. 4,000. Okay, that's not bad. They're selling. I've got 5 per second going. I could do with that. That's not bad. Yeah. Yeah, so sorry about the boringness of this, guys. So I'm just having a little bit of downtime before I go into that. I didn't want to go straight from that into the next bit, which is going to be, and also, you know, with that guy up my arse trying to derail me, it's like, let's punctuate this, let's put a line under it, and then I'll do a little bit of reacting to the Ricardo Cody thing from the other night. It's not even the one from last night, it's just one from the other night, because that was the big one that he just feasted on. As I say, a reaction on a reaction on a reaction on a reaction. So let's just see how long he wants to milk that for and see how ridiculous he gets, especially when it's openly and brazenly showing them for the creeps that they are. Yes, not too long, and I'll be able to buy some marketing. Yes, so I'm just punctuating it. I'll probably go for another smoke, and then we'll start. And like I say, I'll probably put another hour into it or something, because then I think I'll probably be done for a bit. But it'll be funny to do some of it, and since I've already prepped for it with the Sam Vaknin, I may as well. And because they're going to do a load of crying based on this stream, no matter what I do, like it could be anything, and they'll be crying over it for what they'll manufacture, just because I dared to speak. So I open my mouth, and they will. I mean, even when I don't even talk about this, they were doing it. Even when I was on holiday, they were doing it. So, you know, just by existing, just by my very existence. So, since I'm here doing this, I may as well do a bit of the reaction, because otherwise, by the time I get to actually do the reaction, if I stop this, have a break, maybe go to sleep for a few hours and then come back to it, there'll be a whole new maybe 2 streams, 1 or 2 streams of crying that are like 3 hours long. and lies and all the rest of it. Or at the very least, someone else will be streaming and there'll be hours and hours of chat of people with taglines and lies. Just because it ain't real life, dog, and that's just a load of fun. Just a lot of fun. When I don't even like if you were attacking someone, they were giving back in the same way that you were giving, and they were attacking. I mean, the only time I ever did give back in the way they were giving was the other night when I jokingly did that report. Well, I'm sorry, like, don't put yourself. If you are, I didn't know you were at risk. It's like, so it's like the biggest thing in the world, and he's crying into his fucking cornflakes because I fucking reported him because he was threatening my life through MS Paint. And like, he doesn't see the fucking joke in the fact that he's actually getting his pearls out for that after all the shit he's done. And he doesn't see the fucking comedy in that. That's fucking genius, mate. Absolute genius. You're just crying because my jokes are funnier than yours because you just set them all up and they're just, it's not even my joke, it just is life. It's just what you've made is funny because you're just a flapping fanny, which is funny. I forgot about all this shit. Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh, look at this. Oh dear me, the self-modification model. This is where it all starts, you see. This is where it all starts. Where it all starts going downhill. Oh right, yeah. I remember now. Yes. Wire. Doing all right for Wire. Let's get some marketing. That's what I need. 750. Oh wow, I forgot about all this. It's all about the Yoni. All about the Yoni in this game. But there ain't no Yoni yet. We're not at this point. This pay-per-click machine doesn't understand the Yoni yet. What am I doing here? Red track. I'll save up for that. Nearly there. Oh my god, I forgot about this bit with the operation. Sitting there waiting for some like ridiculous amount. There we are. So we're making more. Oh, 14 you say? Let's spend us. Buy it all out. Buy it all out at 14. All right. 3,000 clips. Oh, nearly there. Hey, I don't know. So I wait for Christmas. I should give it another auto parade. That might help matters. I should think about things like that. Oh. Oh, what do I need here? I need save up, really, I think. No, I don't need you. Although, may as well, innit? Because I can't do anything until we're at 3. Oh, hang on now, nearly at 3,000, so maybe not. Which one's going to give me more? Creativity is processing. I can't remember which is which. Oh, I just need to go faster. Okay. Well, that's no use to me. Kind of fucked up there. Never mind. Now I know. Big fat fly. Aha! Never. Never. No, mate. Never in a million fucking years. That was Tony's gig, that. Fucking hell, that was a right joke, that. That guy, the only interaction I ever had with him was he came on a long time ago and he said some bullshit. It was something, it was well before anything. And he came on striding in to the community like he fucking owned the joint. And he was spouting off with some shit. And I can't remember what it was he was on about, but it was just bullshit. And I just called him out on it completely. Instead of commenting me back, which, because we were like, it was Darius, Rick, and all that. Instead of commenting back to me, he just deleted that video. Deleted it like it never happened. So that was my interaction with him. And then the next thing I knew, Tony was trying to twist everyone's melon with that shit, which is why I had such an issue with Dean and Buttocks when they were hiding behind the whole thing and pretending that they fucking called him out and all that shit. It was like, mate, you had just my fucking my sloppy seconds, completely my sloppy seconds. I was the one who stood up against everything. I had fucking Tommy and Evil going, oh, you know, kissing fucking Tony's arse and trying to promote Tony without thinking that Tony was trying to fucking play them. And I just called him out because I could see him playing some sort of bullshit. So I called him out on it and they didn't like it. And then they had to admit that I was right in the end. And he was just trying to fucking get bobbing. He was trying to use me to do it as well because he thought I was an easy touch. And that's what's so funny about it. Because they all think I'm an easy touch. And I am sometimes. So there's that. But I get to see people's plays a lot because they try it on a lot with me. Sometimes I'll see it, sometimes I don't. With Tony, I did see it. And I called out Bob big time. You can ask Albert. Did I call Bob out? When did anyone else? Where was Dean in that chat? Where was Buttocks in that chat? Nowhere to be fucking seen, mate. I was in there, but no one ever remembers that shit. You know what I mean? Here we are, finally! Get to the approved wire extrusion. Surely I should be doing this, shouldn't I? Oh! That's how it goes. Get me woohoo! There we go. There we go. Oh, But yeah, only public demand's at 146. And it's still going up. It's crazy. Finally. Shall I tell you who was friends with Bob? It was Carl. Afterwards, when he was trying to denounce him, when I first met Carl, he was like using Bob. Even given everything what had happened, he was still using Bob. Oh, I don't know if that came out at that time, but then he then jumped ship and jumped on with me and the Herbies and was like, it was literally, I remember him messaging me and was like, I'm going to throw, pretty much along the lines of, I'm going to throw Bob under the bus. Oh no, he was going to give, that was it, he was going to give some information. When they were saying they were making up all that shit about me and the Herbies doing shit, Carl was going to give me some information, some phone numbers, some addresses. I cannot remember actually who for. Maybe it was Dean, maybe it was Ricardo. No, it wouldn't have been Ricardo. Ricardo was a non-entity in those days. It was probably Dean. And he'd given it to Bob, he said. And I was like, you want to get rid of that? You want to take that away from Bob? So nothing good will come of that. Nothing good will come of that at all. Don't give that to Bob. And he did, he took it back, apparently before he'd seen it. But then I ended up with enduring months and months of shit from the PSG about how, and when they were reporting people left, right and centre and the false copyright striking and all the rest of it, about how the Herbies were going to ring the kids' school and how disgusting it was, when the whole point was a comment on how he was reporting people and ringing up their work and stuff left, right and centre. And what would he be like? What would he think? And oh God. And I went through all that knowing that actually when I was given it, I told Carl to minimise the damage, and I never acted on that information that Carl gave me. No, oh, maybe, I don't know. No, I think it was Bob Newbin. No, it was Bob Newbin who posted my face. So that was Evil, if anyone. So Evil had me on the stream, left me with Tony, who ambushed me and tried to get loads of information and tried to get me to align the Herbies with him and all sorts of crazy shit. I'll see if I've got a copy of that somewhere. I did download some of them, but they were on my old laptop, and then obviously Evil deletes a lot of stuff. So he left me passed out, which now I'm learning a little bit more about how these guys, that particular mindset of person interacts. It makes a lot of sense, and it wasn't just him passing out. I think there's more to it, as well as him just passing out as well. But yeah, I was left with Tony, and obviously I was brand new to it all, and I didn't realise I could just be like, "No, fuck off, I'm going now," and left him to it. I felt like responsible for the stream, and I didn't want to leave him just snoring out on the side and stuff. Obviously now I would, but then I didn't, and so I kept it going. And Tony tried to do that, and then I was trying to draw a picture for Rabbit Dude, and then I got my photo, I got my face on there, even though I had it what I thought was switched around to the side. And then because Evil was asleep, he did not take the stream down. And then after the event, obviously I messaged him, and it took him a very long time to respond to that message, which, again, given the stuff I've learned about narcissism and stuff recently, I'm not saying it was that, but it is interesting. It might have been a certain way. We're going at a decent clip here. We're going at a decent clip. I'm missing out on these. So yeah, it was Bob Newbin, but not the real Bob. Now, if I leave this, is it going to run out of a wire? That's the question. That's the question. And then I'll come back and I'll do some reacting. What are we going at? That's not bad. That's too expensive. I've fucked up on that. I'll raise the price a little. It's not like there's really a rush on this. It's not like I'm under attack or anything at this point. There we go. Yes, I haven't played this for a very long time. This is going to run out, isn't it? We're going to run out to buy all those bloody... Why did I buy all those oil clippers? I was holding off because I was going for a smoke. I didn't buy them because of that. So now I'm going to have to wait for the wire extrusion, which is cool. I'll wait for that and then I'll go. I was taking it slow. And then I just decided to, I was like, why am I not getting the auto clippers? And that's why, because I was actually trying to take it slow. Oh, just come on now. Off my wires. There's redemption for Bomini TV. No, mate, not with me anyway. I can only speak for myself. That guy's shown himself. Again, he's another one. This place is not good for him. This place is not good for him. I'm sorry, but it ain't. There are certain people, and there's loads of trolling that can be done. You know, there's loads of offshoot areas where it's fine. That's got a bit more of a rule, and there's a few more eyes on it, and people, you know, they have to adhere to certain standards, which means that on both sides, it can't get too dirty. And I think some people just need a little bit of extra looking after sometimes, whether they're bad uns or not. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes this place is not the place. You know, people say that about me, and yeah, that's why I'm here. But I know I'm strong enough in myself, and if I wasn't, then I wouldn't be here. You know what I mean? It's just as simple as that. And I don't have this identity thing going on where it's like, obviously I want to maintain my channel. I don't want them to bury me out with pure lies and cheapness just for Ricardo's cheap fanniness. You know, it's so cheap and so pointless. Like, why would you do that? I've done a load of videos, got a bit of a history, I've got to know a few people. I want to keep that. But other than that, you know, I can do art without this, and I can do singing without this, and I can do analysis without this, and I can play games without this. But I don't know if some other people can. And so then you've got to wonder if it's a really good place for them. All I know is that picture that we saw recently of Bob, I say recently, in the last few months, looked really dark and like he'd, you know, had a bad time. So, you know, does he really want to redeem himself in the air? I don't know. Right. I'll see if I run out anyway. 21,000. I'm not getting any more auto clippers at this point. Oh, but look. Is there anything I can get for that? Nothing. Nothing. I really fucked up with the resources. Yeah, I fucked up. Because I was chatting and I've not done it for ages. And you should be. That's the thing that I should have been straight on the resources. That's what I should be focusing on instead of stupid marketing. But never mind. I'm not a million miles. I'll just quickly buy some wire. What have I got? 255. It was 17 as well. I thought I'd lost my chance to get it at 17. There you go, just buy it all up. Right. Oh, let me get a beer. But before I do, what's this? Oh, right, yeah. Right, hello, I'm back, by the way. Sorry for the boring. I do like this game, though. Wait, wait, wait. Oh, no, I can read it. What am I talking about? It's like this big fat fly, and it's just flying around the place. Just one fly hovering. It's weird. Bloody hell, it's been sat at like nothing all this time. Oh, well, I suppose I've amassed quite a lot of. What am I on? 6,000. And where's my next one? 44,000. Oh, I can put that in the Clippers pocket. Fuck it. Right then. Oh yeah, beer. I'm going to get my beer and then we'll start fanny spotting for a small amount of time. Just to get started, just to blow the dust off. Right then, so considering the things that were in that video, the Sam Vaknin video about communication, and how I did miss the end of it, to be honest, fully. But the bits I got from before is that it is a completely different. You are speaking Swahili to these people, and I'm still making them. I can keep raising it. That's mad. Okay, so I'll turn off the clips for a bit. It doesn't keep going when you click off, I don't think. So 1, 3. If I leave that now and then go back to it. No, I think it is going while I go. If I close it though, will it come back to the same game? I don't know, I've never played it on a computer before. I suppose I'll just have to leave it. Leave it to go and then come back to it, I suppose. Right. So let's go then without further ado, eh? I've fannied about long enough. Skip the first bit because I'm sure he has to play his Russian video.
You know, okay, what about me?
There you go. So we hear the whiny voice already.
Oh, yourself. It's not a big deal about Ricardo Cody days. Those motherfuckers don't talk about something else besides Ricardo Cody.
Oh, really? Right, okay. So let's just be straight about this, right? So we're on projection from the get-go. This guy has got something to sell. And we are straight in with the projection. Why can't they talk about anything other than Ricardo Cody? We were talking about a lot of other things and it had nothing to do with you. He has to funnel this into himself, because what's happened here is that I've walked away, and I'm just doing my own shit. I wasn't doing their reactions as much because I didn't have time to invest in this to this level. So I hadn't done. And he was desperately putting his face up to the window to get a little bit of something. And he succeeded, from what I gather. He succeeded in drawing other people to come over because he's made it. Him and his little compatriots who've got it for their own reasons, the triad, the fucking 3 players, have engineered it in such a way that they are trying to control basically all of the fucking streams that are going off around this area. And if not control, have them focused on them. And this one was, he was desperately trying to get attention from me and all the rest of it. And I'm just off on my own, doing my own shit. He's desperately pulling me all sorts and going further and further to try and get more attention. His fly monkey's coming into all the chats that I am in, and just general harassment, constant harassment. And when he gets actually left alone and other people are having a conversation, he's not part of it because he's shut himself down to everybody because he's trying to create this safe space so he can control. But in that interim time while he's trying to control, other people talking, and he does not like that. So he has to make this narrative that everyone's talking about him, and it's got fuck all to do with him.
Nobody else. Nobody. No, Mitober. Hey, Mitober, you are one of those idiots who come here just bye. Just bye. Just so goodbye. So I
see straight in. Oh, where's Nightbot now with his defense of people being blocked and banned? Yeah, so because some of these crappy little herbies came in and blocked a load of people, they're trying to push this narrative that the truth will get you banned here. You've literally got MeTuber who seems to me like neutral, if not an arse kisser of Ricardo, and he's already acting defensive against that person straight away because he knows he can get away with it. He knows he can just ban people, they'll come sucking back to him.
You're coming back, Mitober. You guys tried to take the video down and now you're coming back? You didn't like it. I'm not sure if it's...
Who dished what out? Who dished what out, Ron? They love to dish it out, do we? Who loves to dish it out? You guys. Look at this for projection. Look at this. They love to dish it out, but they can't take it. Have you heard his voice? And I did it live on a stream.
I'm gonna receive an email. CP was crying, but her cry didn't took the video down. Was something else.
Oh right. So after all that, it wasn't even my thing that fucking did it. Fucking hell. Where's Nightbot now? Hey? Oh, that's why he didn't want me to play it. That's why he wanted to come and fucking distract me. Because it wasn't even, they're trying to spin this narrative that I'm a false striker. And okay, so Ricardo did see that was a joke, and it's just these idiots trying to spin a narrative, is it?
That's something else. Whatever.
Okay,
guys.
there we are.
So
then.
what we were talking about, they're gonna take this video down again. They're gonna take this channel down again. Not a big deal. Gonna take the other down again, and I keep making another channel, and I'm gonna come and make it fun of those videos again and again and again. It's not a big deal.
I know he will.
Because you guys are hurt. You see how...
Oh, the victim. See how he's trying to turn it on him like it's all this big fucking thing against Ricardo. Like, he's the one inserting himself into everyone's fucking drama. Same with Sotham. He did the same thing, and now he's trying to copy that same thing. The DT fucking model. He's trying to do it. He's trying to do it on whoever it happens to be. And with me, it was an easy target, especially since I'm in a different time zone. That's what shows how fucking cheap this guy is.
Hurt, cut it them, right? But what about when I
look at this for fucking projection, though. They love to dish it out. They can't take it back. Dish out. You can fucking bully someone and make cheap ass fucking attacks on their family for months, and then cry when someone reports him for bullying.
Don't talk about anything else.
Did I report him for bullying? I think I reported him for harmful acts. Was it? I think it was harmful acts. I don't know. I'll have to look back on the thing, but I think it was. It was like harmful and dangerous acts. I think I reported it for.
Months. And then
yeah, months, mate.
Them, they want to take the fucking video. What?
Are you joking? Look at this for projection. Months. All right, let's just count it up, Ricardo. It's the internet. Let's have a look, shall we? Let's have a look at your fucking channel. So for months, and he makes one video and it gets taken down. So for months, everyone's been attacking him, and he's not been doing anything. And then he makes one video and they take it down. Should we just have a look at his fucking channel for a second, shall we? This channel that he made specifically to claim and double dip on me. He would have done it on Ron if he had the chance. I don't know if he deletes them or not. But yeah, I mean, look, this is what he does. He involves himself in everyone else's drama. This thing was between me and... This is him trying to capitalise on something that Buttocks was doing. He's just a little worm. He's just a little scum-sucking maggot. this is him trying to get involved with the Slotham stuff when, you know, he decided he wanted to be dead set against and away from all that stuff. But now, you know, he backs himself into this corner and he won't talk to all these people because he can't do it. And then he ends up having to hang on the coattails and trying to drag it in to be about him again. And that's my thing. It's like, Lewis, if I was you, I mean, it's like, it's one thing to fucking react to him, but it's another thing, like, to fucking actually give him the credibility. Once I've done these reactions and these observations on this guy, he's getting very little attention from me because it's got nothing to do with him. None of this has.
The fucking video, what the fuck's wrong with those bunch of fucking losers? You know? Which ones? Was the fucking pedophile support group?
I mean, the reason I watch him is because, well, he's dragging me into it, and he's operating how he's operating what people who I thought were my mates. So I know him. So that's interesting as well, because I know how all these, well, a lot of them operate. And I know the lies that a lot of them are told. And like the video that I linked into my community post recently, we know the timeline of how Evil's personality has just changed, and that's interesting to me. That's really interesting. So if he wants to insert himself in the drama, then he will get analysed in it, whatever the word would be, looked at, just like with everyone else, because he's making it all about him. All of the streams have to be on his streams. All the people have to go to his fucking stream. It all has to be controlled by him. And obviously, Tommy has the same fucking issue. And so he's getting Ricardo to do all that shit because then Ricardo's under his control. And it's just nice and simple. So you've got a few of them at it.
Fucking BBC banging CPE who were running the train on CPE. Or is pedophile DTV?
Is this that high comedy that people are talking about?
What happened?
It's really not that funny, you know.
Fucking loser runs with my fucking name on his mouth 24/7. And the same with this psychopath, this fucking Welsh hog, this fucking British fucking.
So I'm a psychopath. Why is that? Why am I a psychopath? Am I the one making multiple streams? Yes, this one is a long stream, but you can count it up, chalk it up, mate. Chalk it up with your 2 fucking channels as well, and Evils, and going into panels. And sorry, you don't do panels, do you? But you get them all to come to yours. And going into chats. You tried to get into certain panels when you were following my coattails or other people's coattails. Again, like, you wouldn't have gone and made those bonds if you weren't trying to shut something down with me. That's where the difference is. It's just this weird, like, snappy little turtle at your ankles that's just like just trying to, it's not trolling, that's just not trolling, it's waiting in the wings and being on the make. But the thing that you're trying to make, what the hell is it? I've no idea what you're trying to get out of this. It's weird. It's just creep's gonna creep.
Where's CP? What the fuck you talking about to me 24/7?
Am I?
I thought you had.
I'm not even here. I've not even been here for 2 days. Talking about him for 24/7. Talking about him 24/7. Again, the projection is all there. Scorned FM, you're literally, I know for a fact, I've had to make 2 streams in one with this one, because I know that in between you're going to do another fucking crying stream, and Evil will do another crying stream, and then I'll be backed up on reactions. So that's where I'm at with it as a practical sense of it. If I can only do 1 a week, then, or maybe 1 day a week, I might be able to have a break and come back to this later. That's where I'm at with it, like, to try and fit it in, just keep on top of this project, you know what I mean? And then fit in the rest of it. I mean, I might be able to go on other streams, and I want to do other things during the week. Like, I want to do Mount Narcissist and all the rest of it, and all the different things. But yeah, like, obviously you've been talking about me 24/7. So I am going to mention that occasionally, and I am going to react to that. And so you're going to do that thing, like, I think it was Judy that used to do it, where they'd literally fill the chat up about me and put pictures of me up and all the rest of it. And then if I came in saying anything, it's like, oh, you always make it about you. Like, but then the funny thing is that becomes the story because there's enough of you that are just wanting to push that. Because otherwise, why? Why the need? Because there's a choice there at some level, unless you are that blind or just distracted and just not interested. I don't know. He just gets the right bloody audience, doesn't he? That's all it is.
You had these snakes. You had this black.
Look at him with all his
You had
tags.
everybody, right? You were a pedophile support group member. Why? What the fuck?
What? What is he talking about? Look at him with all his labels, all his tags. I can't just be a person who's talking to other people on the internet. This is what happens when he's lost control. He feels like he's lost control of me.
Ah, fuck out of here, man. Bunch of fucking losers. Keep it taken down, like keep it coming back and making more channels. It had another and another and another.
I thought it was my report that took it down.
Alright? It's not a big deal. Ah, what the fuck, man? What a fucking loser. We had 20 people with us laughing off her.
Never gets old. Never gets old. Of course it doesn't.
Her enjoy the stream. She goes crying. Yo, Donkey, what's going on? Hey, Donkey, tell
Look at them all making.
To copyright striking the channel, man. Copyright
Look
striking
at them all making
video,
just.
Donkey,
all
whenever
this
you go,
shit.
you see those people talking about me, right?
Let me just say that I've only just started talking about Ron as of like this, as of yesterday, because he's just gone mad, and also because I know he's been doing this shit. I have kept Ron well out of it, and he is unbelievable. I have no idea what his obsession with Vic is. It's crazy. He's the one who's pushed that Vic narrative all the time. It's like, why is that? He came with Vic to the Discord, and it was me, Ron, and Vic for ages before Evil and Tommy decided to come. It's just interesting to me because there's no one else who harps on Vic as much as Ron does, and possibly Dean. But then Dean will do. See, with Dean, it's because I think he knows that Vic is like me in the sense of he'll just get on with everyone. He'll just get on with them or try to. When he's, he might take the piss or give some shit or whatever, but, he's not hell bent on destroying anybody. That's not his thing. He'll be hell bent. He might take the piss out of someone, but he doesn't want to destroy someone. What Ricardo is trying to do is trying to destroy people, and he's too invested in it, and that's why he's failing at it, because he's trying to, it's like bows and arrows against the lightning, because he is just trying to destroy something that can't be destroyed, because I've not built anything. There's nothing reliant on any of his shit. It's not reliant on anything. Everything that I do is not reliant on anything. And that's why I'm taking my time doing it. None of it's being dictated. Apart from, like I say, housekeeping. I have to do it because there's so much of it. I have to do it eventually. I have to do it occasionally to keep abreast of the situation. But other than that, that's the only dictation that it really puts on anything. Because I very rarely go around to streams, and if they do, they're people who I know and they're people who I'm like mates with, who I've been mates with for a while now, and we've been through a few things together. And if fucking Buttocks, like was reporting on Buttocks earlier, oh, you do know that Buttocks takes the piss on fucking Ricardo's streams, don't you? Oh dear. Like, oh dear me. There's just no words. Buttocks taking the piss? No, you must be joking.
Well, I talk about them, they talk about me, right?
No, mate, no. We don't talk about you. You invent lies, and then you promote those lies. Then you go in the privet and you build those lies up to people. Then you set them going, set off a whole set of things. Then you retract it, say it never happened. Then you make it up with the people. Then you start the whole thing off again because it's not going how you want it to go. And the same cycle continues a few times. Then you keep going thinking that you've got rid of me. And then when I come back and dare to have a stream, you lose it.
So what the fuck is wrong? Why are they copyright striking the video and taking the video down? What
copyright?
The fuck is with them?
Was it a
Come on,
copyright
man.
strike? No, look, no. It wasn't. It was this video has been removed for violating YouTube's policy on harassment and bullying, which I think I did. I saw that. I saw that because I was laughing because I was thinking it was that about that picture that I'd reported. But then I didn't say it for harassment and bullying. I said it was for harmful acts. So I don't know. But but it did say on the thing it's been taken down for harassment and bullying. Hey, them's the rules, mate, and you are harassing and bullying people, even to the point that the fucking Slack bots of YouTube are picking up on it. Fucking hell, mate. And look at this. And he's jumping on his fucking violin. Oh, false copyright strike. It's bullshit. Absolute bullshit. It's not. The guy says there, this video has been removed for violating YouTube's policy on harassment and bullying. No wonder Ricardo wants to get rid of this guy straight away, because it would have gone against his fucking narrative, where it was probably going to be like, how he wants to cry about it, he wants to make something out of it, but obviously it's going to sound way better. He's not going to have thought about this. This is just automatic, but it's going to sound way better to talk about false copyright strikes rather than being done for the harassment and bullying, when you are clearly a creep who is harassing and bullying. And I have not instigated one jot, apart from the time. Well, no, I never instigated it. I just turned around to him and said, "Okay then, if that's what you want," because Dean was at it and he was at it, and I was like, "Okay then." And I've always walked in the light. I just shone a light to it, and so he lost it then and pushed it. Like I said, I've made it up with people because he tried it in various ways, thinking maybe a lower key amount would work, but he not banked on the fact that I'd been like mates with all these crazy ass people for this long, so I could take quite a bit. And so he just had to keep pushing it. Just really did have to keep pushing it. The poor old, these guys like Ron and Evil have just been like fucking battered about in a way. Obviously Evil's been operating Ricardo as well, and he's getting what he wants from him. But it is interesting, that line where that symbiosis works with those two, because sometimes I think Ricardo's pushing all the buttons, and then sometimes I think Evil's pushing all the buttons, and it's weird. But then, like I say, I don't watch it that much. I just see it from afar and I hear bits and pieces, and obviously I see reactions and stuff.
Next time when you go on the stream with Angela, when you
look at that, how much did that hurt his feelings? That
on the stream with Angela again, if you speak Shaniqua, please, man, tell her to talk to the TV and tell him to man up and stop striking other people's channels, stop it to obsess with the other men around the world on the internet, right? Next time when you go to 3CPO's channel, Duncan, please, man, ask 3CPO to stop it to false flagging other people's channels.
Look at that, for an allegation. False flagging other people's channels. Like I know how to false flag a channel. Let that one sink in. I can't even unfucking ban the people that they banned on my channel. And he's trying to run the narrative that I false copyright struck his channel. There's some fucking projection right there. I don't fucking know what that is. For him to jump to that conclusion, it makes you wonder, with all the other times his channels got took down, were they false copyright strikes in the end? I know there was a couple because he showed us the screenshots. Let's see the screenshot of this one, Ricardo. Let's see the screenshot of me taking down your fucking false flagging your fucking channel. What a load of shit. The thing is, mate, is that I don't have to embellish anything. In fact, I downplay a lot of it. Lots of stuff I don't even mention because I just can't be asked to feed you. And you get away with stuff because you know I'm the better person, and that's what you bank on. It's definitely what Evil banks on. With the shit he's been pulling. There's a lot of them who do it. But I don't care, because I'm not getting dragged into the shit with you guys. I'm just not doing it. False flagging. What a load of old bollocks.
Because we can do the same thing with her. All right?
Here we go. Here's the rub. See? So now he's going to justify false flagging me. As I've said, mate. I've said, go for it. If you want to get me down for bullying, you go right ahead, mate, because there is no bullying from my side. There is from yours. Obviously, even the fucking YouTube bots think so. and they don't fucking know their ass from the fucking elbow.
Yes, the same thing. If she asking people to false copyright strike my videos, my check.
Well, maybe I can get you done for spreading lies about me, false copyright striking. I think I would like to see some evidence of these allegations that you're putting forward right now, because this is legal shit.
I can ask people to false copyright and strike her channel too and do the same thing with her.
Have you heard it in his voice? You can hear that you can actually hear that he knows he's talking shit. He's upset because he's been caught bang to rights for being a harassing fucking bully by YouTube itself. I don't make the rules, Ricardo. Yeah.
I don't care. I go through channels.
I don't care.
I go through 3 channels in a single week. For me, it makes no difference.
Oh.
As I always do. CP, can you hear me? It's going to be as easy for you as easy for me. Do you really want to go there? Yeah, the same thing with
Look at this, building it up. I never false copyright struck his channel in a million years. You saw what I did. That will be I walk in the light, Ricardo. You can accuse me of everything. The fucking proof is on the stream. You can see what I did there. You can see what I did. It was right there for everybody. I even wrote it out in front of everybody. So, you're a fucking idiot. After all that, now here's a bully bang to rights. It ain't real life, dog, and all that shit. Oh, it's just jokes. She can't take a fucking joke. You can't take a joke, isn't it? Like, look at this. Absolute cliche, and all these in the fucking, well, Ron crying and fluffing in the chat there. What are you getting from this, Ron? Crazy.
Support the group, guys. You know, I can do the same with his channel, with the big one, the small one. I already said this before, you know. But or I can keep him making channels and coming here and making fun of you idiots too. What the fuck is wrong with these people? To be banned you. I was banned too of her channel. I didn't even know. I don't even comment.
I didn't ban Dank.
How are you? Fuck is CP? Vai tomar no cu. We're having fun, man. We're having fun. What happened? CP says all the time that she has fun. She's having the time of her life with her friends. She's free now. She can go whenever she wants.
Wow, really? You were banned?
What about me?
Yeah, I didn't ban any of these people. I don't even do it. I don't ban people. And Hooligan knows I wouldn't ban him. So I don't know. I don't know who's done it. One of these.
I'm watching you those days because, oh my God, you crazy. You are the woke cow. My woke cow.
I don't know who's a lol cow here, mate. I'm just sat here watching a load of fucking ninnies crying about someone they don't even know on the internet. Engineering because you haven't got anything else. Look at how much you need me as a fucking source. Look how much I'm the sun and the moon to you. You have to go in, engineer a whole thing that I've banned you all. When you admitted, I've got it on a fucking other stream from the other day. Is that what gave you the fucking idea? When Buttocks came on and said, oh, CP banned me. And you were like, what are you talking about? It was us who did all that. And I've got that downloaded. So is that what gave you the idea to do this? You've got literally fuck all on me, have you? It's just amazing to me that somebody would go to this length and be so fucking obsessed and so invested in something they've got no evidence of to back it up. It's like when you're going to gotcha someone, when you're going to have a go and be like, oh yeah, you want to have like something behind it, maybe. I mean, at least with me, I'm playing this stream. That's about it. I can't say anything because I'm really shit at things like that. But their stuff is there. That's why I don't do it very much because I'm like, I know the stuff's there. I just can't be asked to get it. But like, he's admitted that they were the ones who went in and banned everybody. And so now they're making that. Well, just shows that literally everything's going to be fabricated in this.
Oh, the pedophile support group, my woke cows, are making you.
Your locals. This guy was on the outskirts with absolutely nothing to do with anything, just being a giant Darius fucking cook for ages until Darius kicked him out. And then he was the same over at the PSG, just cooking for them until they kicked him out. And then he came over and started sucking our butts. Sucking Evil's butt. He tried to do like kick Ron out, then because he thought I was in a stronger position than I was because Evil had selling that fucking idea. Then he realised, and he turned on me and went on big time because he got that scum bastard Evil to get involved. But it's like, this is nothing really to do. These aren't. They might be his lol cows now. His lol cows. Like, he didn't even know what a lol cow was till I fucking told him what it was, for a start. And he was in the PSG until they kicked him out and we let him in. And I encouraged him to come in. So he is now trying to rewrite it like all these people have been his fucking lol cows all this time. No, he was in with them. He was kissing their arse until they wouldn't have him anymore. Let's just be right about this, Ricardo. And you only turned up a few months ago and then decided to pull this stunt. Let's be right. And you got involved and you got yourself into a resource because there was two people who had an online relationship, and so it was something you could pull out there, and you did. And that's what you do to your mates. And I would imagine, fuck me, you were saying about, you've got a wedding coming up in your family in the future. I mean, my God, I would hate to be at a wedding that you're at. I really would. Or just, could you imagine that energy in your friendship group? Could you imagine that? Or even in your work, just in your workplace, in your work team? Like, I don't know if I've come across that level of just disruption. Maybe, yes, once a little. In a job I did once in the Office Wonders, there was someone who used to be a bit like that, but still though, I suppose in a work environment, they don't have that online 24/7 thing going on. They did have a group of acolytes. They didn't really target me, to be honest. I was all right with them. But yeah, they were a piece of shit, but that's the closest I've found, I think, to this. But in the real world, I don't think I've seen, not this blaze, this amount of manipulation. I've seen people be pushed to this level and act in this way occasionally. I've seen people from outside get brought in and be accused of acting in this way, but I've never seen someone in my circle really acting this way for a prolonged amount of time, with that being their main focus. Is just making friends by, the main focus is separation, but by doing that you manage to make friends. Weird as fuck.
For whoa, City, you are being a woke out of my woke out. Is how low you are, City.
All right, you keep telling yourself that. I couldn't give two shits how you.
No.
Couldn't give two shits how you interpret me and how you stroke yourself off in the mirror to me to make yourself feel better for the fact that you're a sad fucking creep creeping on a lone woman because she's an easy target in a different time zone on the internet, and everybody knows it, and you're just trying to desperately rewrite it with your 3-hour, 4-hour fucking daily ass streams.
Pedophile sport group, no.
Speaking of which, let's see how long mine's been going on for. Fucking 4 hours and 30 minutes, man.
Derby. CP, stop with this idea that I'm falling obsessed with you. I'm trying to meet you to steal your magic powers.
Magic powers? Where's that come from? Magic powers? My magic powers? I've had nothing. I've not said nothing about the tarot or anything for ages. Where's that coming from? That's concerning. That is concerning for me. Because he's the sort of person who would do that shit. So, what the fuck? This guy's, he's lost it. I know he's lost it. He's pulled out, I knew that he'd pulled out all the stops on this one because of some of the stuff that I'd seen coming back and the lies that had been fully built on over the last couple of days and the ones that they'd gone with. And I thought that Ron went in so strong on the Sothan one to push the boundaries to go on about me opening my legs. That's just so like, what the fuck? In this place, I know, thin skin maybe, but a bit much straight out of the blue from someone who used to be your mate with no basis for it. Just him saying that I'm PSG, just the PSG member who sat right here, the only one who ever was PSG, sat here calling me PSG. What a fuck, you know what I mean? It's just beautiful levels of projection. But also what I'm monitoring is just how much he's lost it. And what was it that sent him over the edge? Was it just the fact that I'm still here? Oh no, it wasn't. It was the fact that I had a conversation with other people, and it wasn't him that was the center of attention, and he wasn't on the panel. He wouldn't have gone on anyway. But he had to make this about him, just like he had to make the Candice thing about him. This is where this all started. And Evil was the one who let him in. He opened the fucking gates to this fucking vampire. And no matter what anyone does, he has to make it about him. And he's got enough people through terraforming everything else. He's got enough people now to just keep him going to do it.
And your creativity, not even the fucking PSG who you keep licking their fucking boots all the time. Come on, City.
Licking your boots. Licking their boots. No, being open and open to conversation. Just open to conversation. That's all it is. When it comes to licking boots, you banning MeTuber, trying to ban MeTuber for just writing what your thing got banned for because he's not licking your boots. That's what I'm talking about. And then coming in my chat and saying, oh, you've banned everybody because you've banned everybody and you've admitted that. And I've got that. I see that Q is doing Roller Coaster Tycoon. That's very funny, very droll, very droll. It's not the same though, Q, although I would be interested in watching it. I preferred, what's it called out of those? See, who's pulling the strings now, Donkey King? But what was it? Theme Hospital, that was the one I liked. But this isn't just a classic cookie cutter type one of those things. It is and it isn't. And you know what I'm like? I love that sort of shit. So it is, but it has an amazing story attached to it as well. And it's epic. And it's like full battles, full intergalactic, interdimensional existentialism. It is just one of those games, but that's the story that's behind it, rather than Theme Hospital or Cookie Cutter or whatever the other ones are. It's about what's behind that story, what's behind that game, rather than the actual action of the game. Although the action of the game is pleasant in itself. So enjoy Roller Coaster Tycoon. I'll go over to watch it in a minute, because that'll give me an excuse to come off it. But I have only done 10 minutes of this? What did I do? Can't even see. What does it say? Doesn't tell me. Oh, 7 minutes I've done. So I should at least do 20 minutes. I'll go to 20 minutes. There's just so much going on, you know what I mean? And look at this. An obsessed Welsh hog. This was on the Saturday, I think. So I'd not even been here. I'd not even been there. I've been doing my little shorts and my little songs off Suno. They've been doing multiple crying streams a day. I've been laughing at them and doing analysis and just being kind of bemused and shocked by some of it. And they are the ones who are literally crying right in front of your face.
He's not one of those. You are not one of those beautiful girls who are coming to my channel that you creeps carried her. No, you are an old rag who passing every one of.
Oh wow! So okay, again, another mark of having lost it. This is a real good argument he's got here. He's now turning to my physical nature. Really early in. What we're talking, like 7 minutes in. So we've gone that I'm a PSG member and that I've been false copyright striking, and now that I'm an ugly old rag. So this is someone who doesn't care, isn't obsessed, and that I'm the psycho in the situation. That he's the one having a laugh, and I'm somehow supposed to be upset that someone like him doesn't want me. That's supposed to be some sort of like dig for me.
Those guys' hands time to time. Come on. Stop it crying. Stop being a crying baby. Owns for your mistakes. You know?
Look at this. What sort of mistakes calling paste out? Yeah, my mistake was trusting evil.
The fuck? Yeah, that the Hobo album. He was here, huh? That the Hobo-less Hobo. He lost 3 channels this week, and he's supporting those idiots taking other people's channels and videos down.
Oh, that's an interesting then. So yeah, Albert has lost a few channels then, because I couldn't find the one where he's done the videos. He's done the videos that he did on me and Lima. Because I went to have a look on my other account to see if I could watch it, and I couldn't find the channel anymore. I could just find the 50 Deep channel. So that means he's getting multiple strikes. So why do you think that, unless Albert's striking Ricardo, thinking that it's Ricardo striking him? I don't know, but I don't know why I'm getting dragged into this.
Yeah. What the fuck? What was about that video? That thumbnail from fucking this thumbnail in here?
He's not bothered though.
Look at this guy.
He's not asked
Look
though.
what the
He don't care.
Look what CPE was reporting, guys. Guys, CPE.
And here's the punchline.
Right strike at my video.
So now this guy's crying over that.
Here, guys, she false flagging my video.
I false flagged. No, I did not. I did not false flag. Look, did you see how he just interjected that? Did you see how seamlessly this fucking Good Deal Vaseline slimy little bastard manages to skank people out of fucking money for his broken consoles with that? Yes, it starts with this violent has been removed for violating YouTube's policy on harassment and bullying. Yeah, that's what that is. A child doing that. They probably thought it was some kid taking the piss out of another kid. That's what's so funny about it. And so, yeah, I fucking, as a joke, knowing that YouTube wouldn't give a shit, thinking that he might have a little bit more humor about this, actually, since that looking at that and how childish it is, I was like, well, here's your childish response. He didn't like it, did he? He didn't like it. He wanted me to what? Shut me down, make me cry, get me to react and rant at him. What did he want? But what I did was that, and I just laughed at it. So maybe that's what upset him so much.
It was well, right? That's the damage.
But yeah, he's now saying I'm false flagging him. No, the rules are there for a reason. False flagging, as we all know, involves exploiting the system. So you make a fake copyright claim on that video using the name of the artist or whatever, when it isn't your name and it's not your copyright, because you put in that name in, you can use it. With the bots, it takes a while for them to notice. So you can exploit it. You can take people's channel down if you put enough of them in at once, which is how it seems like Ricardo's channel got took. It seems like, I know that everybody knows this, but I'm just saying it for future reference because this is what this guy's trying to put across. And this is what Dean did to take Evil's channel down that I fought against for Evil. And this is how I get repaid. And yeah, like the last thing I would ever do is false copyright strike someone's channel after all that. And even if I did, I don't even know how to fucking do it, right? As it's pretty obvious by the fact I can't even unban the people on my channel. So anyway, let's have a look now. If I click on someone else's, can I? No. It says on here, report block, if I click on him. So if he was already blocked, would it not say unblock rather than block? I don't know. Yeah, that's what it is. It's the mama's milk. That's what he thinks what it is. He didn't even know what a lolcow was until I fucking told him.
What the fuck? What a fucking piece of shit.
He's not bothered though. This is high. Oh, it's all a laugh in it. This is just a laugh, Ricardo. See, I was actually pissing myself laughing when I did that. And we had a good laugh about it. So, you know, this is the difference. And this is the difference with these crying bastards. Oh, the new Beetlejuice. Excellent.
No, I want to see who the fuck cried.
You, mate, you're the one crying.
Didn't follow community guidelines. There's nothing wrong.
Look at this.
There is nothing wrong.
And this is how he gets away with it. This is how someone with such an antisocial nature has access to so many people because of this fucker here. Because of this scorned fucker right here. He will allow and encourage and he will take, and this is why they've got a good thing going, because they've got like, it's like watching two musicians. They are improvising constantly, which is a cool thing, but they have to do it like on me, which again, I'll just laugh at and watch and interact with. But like, obviously, these guys don't want that either. They're wanting to laugh and joke, and I'm just a lolcow, but they actually want to destroy me at the same time. So go figure on that one. But here's Evil coming in straight away, knowing that that is not a false flag, knowing that it was right in front of everybody's eyes that I reported him for the things that he reported. I reported that he was depicting my death and giving me death threats. Here he is saying, "Die, biatch," and pushing me in front of a bus. Right? So there, I am not false doing anything. I am just having a laugh and a joke, right? Because here's the thing. What? So you're going to take it everything so seriously? Am I supposed to take this seriously then? Should I take it to the fucking police? Do you know what I mean? You don't even see how, like, I just want to show the delectable nature of how hypocritical and how these guys are projecting. It's just beautiful. I don't want to over there put in too much, but I just think I give it too much credit sometimes, and I just let it go and be like, oh, it's obvious. Well, maybe it isn't that obvious, but this is so. It's just, oh God, how can I even explain how upside down this is? How perfectly upside down this is?
Nice strike it. For what? You see?
For what? Oh dear. He knows very well fucking what. That's why he's crying like this. Otherwise he'd be having a laugh about it. Watching them crying in bed again. Was I? What time was this? No, I don't think I was. No, I literally turned it off and went to bed. Because that's part of my thing. It's like I don't sit and watch. Don't sit and watch these. I know I'm going to watch them later. And I'm going to do my analysis later. No. I think I woke up later and maybe, or was it in the morning? And I looked right at the end and he was still crying about this reporting. And that's the first I heard about it. I really didn't think he'd make such a big deal about it. I knew he'd make a bit of a deal about it, but I didn't know he'd be making it his entire bread and butter. And it really shows, doesn't it? It shows how much he's got on me and how much he's desperate to get stuff off me. Watch Jean's Lady Breakdown CPA. You can say that she broke me down, or you could say I was just being a nice host, but if you want to call it that, that's fine. I don't mind. Like, it is what it was, and it was just a conversation. By the end of it, we were having a nice time. The only thing I think the breaking down, I would say, is because there was a lot of defensiveness coming from Angela there, and which is fair enough. And we were talking at cross purposes because she was trying to defend Dean, and there was no point in defending Dean in that situation because there is no defense of Dean, in my opinion, But I do appreciate that she wants to defend him because she's his missus, and I was having her on as a guest, so I'm going to appreciate her position. And if she wants to try and utilize various little gimmicks and positions to try and get her way around, that's just interesting to me to watch that happen and to see how people do these things. It's kind of frustrating sometimes if you want to get down to the nitty gritty of something because it's very cyclical and sometimes it just goes back to the same stuff all the time. But, it's not going to stop communication over a long period of time. And I thought that it was definitely a worthy conversation, and it definitely set Ricardo off, didn't it?
Oh my God, what a piece of shit. What a bitch, man. CP, you are the most retarded person here on the fucking YouTube. CP, get the fuck out of the fucking kitchen, you piece of shit.
Wow. Why? Because you're scared of me. Why am I out of the kitchen?
Piece of shit.
Wow, look at this.
From your channels. I don't even go to your fucking stupid
I never even blocked you from your stupid channel.
And then you run
your mouth everywhere all over the place. Have you ever heard me go off like that at him? After all the things, or Evil, or any of them? Have you ever heard me lose it like that, or cry, or have a meltdown? When you're saying I had a breakdown with, look at Gussie. When Gussie, listen to this, if you're going to be so fucking tight on your judgments. My God. And you're going to say that I had a breakdown just because I was not doing this to Angela? And the people who came over to my stream that night. Really? Look at him with his fucking just sat there with his little entourage of fucking backups and his fucking monkeys and Evil and Gussie Goro, and we know there's fucking history there, and Evil just fucking pretending that it's not.
My favorite, fucking 24 hours live stream, you piece of shit, talking about me. Oh my god. And then you wanna come and fucking take the video down. Oh, what a piece of shit. Man, that's why
he's literally just saying what he does. Not the taking the video down, but the hours and hours and hours streaming about him. No, I had someone asked me about it, didn't they, on my stream with Lima. So I started talking about it then, because of course I'm going to. So what is he saying? That he's allowed to make day in, day out, all this stuff while I'm on holiday and everything, all that stuff, right? He's allowed to do all that, but I'm not allowed to comment on it during a conversation in my stream. Is that right? Is that right? Is that what we're saying here? Okay. So this is the crazy psycho ex-girlfriend, right? This is the gaslighting. This is the smearing. This is the obsession. This is the trying to put it onto me when I'm just observing at this point. Like I say, weekends, I'm not even there. I'm not even there, mate. I thought I could maybe do something on a Saturday morning, but maybe not. So I'm not even there Friday night. It's about your limit. What else is there to say? This guy.
Everybody's laughing after you woke up. That's why
Everybody, what you mean, all you incels? Yeah, all you lot. But Beavis and Butter TV's laughing at me. Well, surprise, surprise. Oh, God. I wish they wouldn't.
Laughing because of the PSG run a train on you yesterday. With the
Look at that. How they see that. Look at how they see that. What did you think that was? What did they think that was? He just hopes against hope, doesn't he? He really does. He's just hoping to grasp. He's just grasping at straws big time.
These track, they fucking gang fucking bang you.
You wish, mate. You wish. No, that was called a conversation. That was called a confrontational conversation where the other people, they might have sought to destroy me a little bit, but I wasn't seeking to destroy them, and I don't think they were entirely seeking to destroy me. So, no, mate, that was just a confrontational conversation between people who had grievances and may not necessarily agree on everything. But my goal is to open up discussion no matter what that Nightbot character is trying to weave. And as much as you're trying to shut things down, separate people, pull them apart, yeah, like, it's still, the light is the light, and I'll just keep doing what I'm doing. So you can say what you want, and you can laugh at me as much as you want, because what you're laughing at is your own ignorance.
Fucking pedophile sports group. What a fucking loser.
And also, you're also reinforcing the fact that you're sticking your face up to our window to listen and look at what we're talking about.
Idiot. Yeah, guys, instead of having fun now, let's only rant about how losers is.
Oh, like you weren't going to do that before.
Could be pedophile in TV too. It does that.
Look at this from Ron. They love to dish it out but can't take it. I think that last bit, I think I'll leave it on that actually for now. Especially since Q is streaming now. I wouldn't want to interrupt his. But here we have them again, more projection. They love to dish it out but can't take it. Can't take a sloppy picture made on paint. I mean, that's just bullshit, right? This here, they loved it. It doesn't matter what it is. The fact it was a picture of paint on paint was the reason why I reported it, because it was funny. If it had been an actual, like, something dodgy, then maybe I would have reacted differently. But it was obviously a fucking joke, and I'm going to fucking joke you back. But you're pushing the boundaries all the time, and he's pushing it, and he's now pushed it to the point where he's going beyond the terms of service, where the fucking Slack fucking bots are going to pick up on it. So of course I'm going to take the piss out of that. He is that fucking desperate. And they love to dish it out, but they can't take it. And yeah, ain't that the fucking truth? If you've just listened to, I mean, I know I kept interrupting, but that guy's voice, Ricardo's voice. He doesn't care. It's all a laugh. It's all a laugh. Where's that bit?
Oh my God!
Where's that bit where I'm a piece of
Look
shit?
what CP was.
I can't even see it anymore. Where is it? I don't know. But it's all a laugh, isn't it? It's all a laugh. Yes, just so you know, being done on the policy for harassment and bullying is not a false copyright strike. Not at all. It's not a false flag either, because the bots have had to go through and see, is it a bullying thing or not? Oh, look, there it is. It's an actual issue. It's not, does this name match up with the name of the person on the license for this fucking bit of copyright? No. Don't get it mixed up, my dear. Don't get it mixed up at all. Right then. So, on that note, I've left it at about 11 minutes. That was quite fun. It's going to take me a while to get through this. I will not take too long next time. It's just, honestly, his voice and everything. This is the first I've seen of it as well, so obviously I was going to spout off. Once I get into it, I think I'll be able to let it go a bit more fluid and stuff. But for now, this is really my first real response. I did that first video that was like an hour. But I was in a rush and I couldn't do much, and I probably did a similar thing where I only did about 7 minutes of it. But I only had an hour that time. But I'll let them cry again. But I probably won't respond to that one because I'm still going to stick on this one, because I can't believe he's made it all about that. That is funny as fuck. I had no idea. He'd made it all about that one little thing. Talk about starved. How starved for interaction are these people? The entire fucking thing. And all these little sycophants just falling in line. Not you, hooligan. But yeah, I would have never banned you from your channel, and you know that. Dank, you weren't banned from my channel. I don't know who's been doing it. I don't know who's doing it. I don't know if Ron's still got a wrench there. Probably Ron. I think he's the one you're looking at. But I'm not banning anybody. I'm not even on there enough to do it. But I will look. I will go on everyone's individual channels, maybe, while I have my break or something. And then later on, maybe later tonight, because my kids are staying out tonight, then I will restart this entire thing from where I left off. And hopefully I'll have unblocked any of these potential blocked people. But yeah, that's what happens when you give your friends a wrench. Simple as that. I gave Ron a big wrench, and he will have wrenched loads of people. Some of them, I have no idea who they are, and they're still there in the woodwork. They're still there. People who Ron wrenched. The random alt accounts that he's wrenched that I have no idea about. So maybe I can go and find out who all my moderators are, and I can just take all the wrenches off. I don't know if I've already done that, but I will check. And just put some back on. I don't know how it works. But yeah, total projection, making shit up. Like I say, this video might have had a little bit of a grain of truth in that, because I actually did just report him. But the way he's played it, the way he's spun it, saying and having to call it and embellish it and make that's classic, innit? Classic narc shit. It's not bad enough. They can't just laugh or even cry about the fact that I've, fair enough, go, oh, like, you can't take a paint picture. Obviously, you're showing your ignorance of any humour by saying that. But at least I can take that one rather than just going, oh, you're false flagging me, and then evil jumping in and going, yeah, false flagging. That's what I mean about the enabling of someone like this by someone like this. You would not get this person holding court over this amount of people if it wasn't for people like this. And where is he? He's not even there yet. And fucking Q, yeah. You just wouldn't. With him, it's all about his feels, and that's how he's got him, because the scorn is strong with this one, the scorn is strong, and this one. With Q, yeah, it's a little bit more understandable. And a little bit less personal. But anyway, it's all very interesting, and I will be revisiting it. I feel like I did do a lot, but I didn't cover much of this. So I do apologise again. What did I do on it? I did like 11 minutes. So I will promise I will do at least an hour on the next one, and I won't chin so much. because I've got it out of my system and it's already been 4.5 hours. But yeah, this one's going down for the record. This one I've started it, so I'll finish. Thank you very much for coming, everybody, and enjoy all the tycoon games that might come out now as a result, because who pulls the strings? See you later. Oh no, I'm not pressing it here. This one. See you later.